Hello and welcome to another stream. My name is Ray and thank you guys for already being here even before the stream has really started. Already 4 viewers, so thanks a lot guys. Yeah, so you can see it in the title already. It is Terran time again. Yeah, so I have to be honest. I'm really actually motivated to play Protoss again. That's not because of Terran, it's just because yeah, I played some Protoss games lately against a good friend of mine. I saw some builds on the forums, you know, and I just want to try them out and get better at Protoss again and reach A rank again. But I really want to finish this Terran macro video as well. Well, I mean, I just have started playing games for that. I think we had like 3 games last time, and they were all against very bad players. Like they had like 1.2k. I can't put those games in the video because people will just say, yeah, you can macro and win games against those new players, but you can't do it at 1.5k. And obviously, just showing the 1.5k MMR in the end doesn't, like, it's not enough. I have to show games against actual 1.5k players where I win easily with macro. So I really hope that today is the day where I can get some good games to put in the video. So then after that I will play Protoss again next weekend probably. So I really hope today or maybe tomorrow I can get enough good, nice long Terran macro games against good players. So, and with that introduction, we'll go in. The first game I will not play on my video account. I will use my that is many tanks, my Terran practice account just for a warm-up game. Let's go. Anti-lucky noob. I was a bit inactive lately, and also I think my Terran streams are not as popular as my Protoss streams, obviously. So there weren't a lot of viewers lately. But I'm really looking forward to the moment where we have many viewers on the stream, like 40 viewers again, and there are also like some subscribers again, and then this emote gets spammed. Okay, you can't see it now, but you see in the chat. Ah, really? Well, good that it's my practice account and not my real account. If this would be against my with my president of APM account, I would win like 40 points, and that's not good. Hi Nakla, thanks for tuning in. So we have some Korean in the chat. Yai Shi Balom or Barom de la. Don't know what that means. Mohe. Okay, we got a Protoss. Let's go.
Reporting for duty. I read you. Roger that.
The hay with the J in the end.
SCV good to go, sir.
Probably Scandinavian. Let's see. Them. He's totally Scandinavian. I knew it. Only the Scandinavians put in J in the end of hay.
SCV good to go, sir.
Thought so. Oh, what? She's in my friends list.
SCV good to go,
I know who it is. I actually know who it is. But wait, that would be crazy. Well, let me try to figure this out. Oh my god!
Good to go, sir. Good to go,
Additional
sir.
supply depots required.
Job's finished. Orders, Captain? Right away, sir. Roger that. Orders received. SCV good to go, sir. I read you. Orders, Captain?
Ah, he is. Oh wow! So
Roger that.
to clear you up,
Orders received.
this guy is actually 2K. He's a 2K Protoss.
Orders, Captain? Reporting for duty. I read you. Job's finished. I read you. SCV good to go, sir. Affirmative. I read you. Orders received. Orders, Captain? SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain? Reporting for duty. Boy. Yes, sir. Roger that.
Insufficient Vespene gas.
SCV good to go, sir.
Additional supply depots required. Additional supply depots required.
Standing by. Job's finished. Standing by. Let's move. Outstanding. Rock and roll. Yes, sir. Give me something to shoot. SCV good to go, sir. You want a piece of me, boy? SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain?
I don't know what he means with the nick, but yes, I'm going to fact, but I'm not gonna confirm it for him.
Me, boy. Commander, standing by. Rock and roll. Outstanding. Let's move. SCV good to go, sir. Give me something to shoot. Standing by. Let's move. Rock and roll. Go, go, go. Let's move. Outstanding. Orders, Captain? SCV good to go, sir. Checked up and good to go. Reporting for duty.
Your forces are under attack.
Commander.
Additional supply
Oh my
depots
god, I forgot my
required.
depots. Good that I'm doing a warm-up game.
Additional supply depots required.
Time for another factory.
Give me something to shoot.
Not enough minerals.
Standing by. Let's move. SCV good to go,
Additional
sir.
supply depots required.
Right away, sir. Reporting for duty. Yes, sir. Job's finished. SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain?
Okay, so to give you the backstory, guys, I actually observed and played some games. We played like with 4 people. We played some King of the Hill games together. Yesterday.
Complete.
So yesterday we played some games together. Maybe it was 2 days ago. I'm not sure. Yeah, actually it was 2 days ago. But yeah, 2 days ago we played some games together, and he was asking me, "Wow, what's your rank now? Why are you streaming so few with Protoss and so on?" He didn't actually know that I wanted to make a video with Terran and so on. So I explained what I'm doing to him, what my plan is with the Terran playing and so on.
Not enough
So he
minerals.
actually
SCV good to go,
knows what I'm doing here. Actually, yeah, but he didn't know I forgot my depot, of course.
Alright, bring it on. Ready to roll
Not
out.
enough minerals.
Well, he will totally crush me. He's A rank, so he's really A rank. Okay,
Not
guys.
enough minerals.
There's no chance I can win this.
Additional supply depots required.
Yes, sir. Roger that. Orders, sir.
Additional supply depots required.
Alright, bring it on. Orders, sir. Orders, sir. I read you. Destination?
enough minerals.
Absolutely. Proceed. Move it. Delighted to, sir. Bring it on.
Not enough additional supply depots required. Upgrade complete.
Destination? Yes, sir. Proceed. Identify target. Delighted to, sir. Proceed. Identify target. Proceed. Delighted to, sir. Proceed. Reporting for duty. Yeah. Yes, sir. Identify
Not
target.
enough minerals.
Delighted to, sir. Absolutely. Move it. SCV good to go. Proceed. Bring it on. Delighted to, sir. Proceed. I read you. Right away, sir. Move it. Proceed. Yes, sir. Bring it on. Proceed. Orders, sir. Delighted to, sir. Move it. Proceed. I read you, sir. Move it. Yes, sir. Proceed. Something on your mind?
Your forces are under attack.
Reporting for duty. Yes, sir. Something on your mind? Identify target. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yeah. I dig. Orders, Captain. Roger that. Affirmative.
Not enough minerals.
All right.
Not enough
Bring it on.
minerals.
Orders, Captain.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Your forces are under attack.
I read you, sir. I dig. Oh, is that it? All right, bring it on. Yeah, I'm going. Yes, sir. What do you want? Orders, Captain. No problem. Job finished. I read you. Something on your mind? I dig. No problem. Job finished. What do you want? Yeah, I'm going. Job finished. Oh, is that it? SCV good to go, sir.
Your forces are under
I
attack.
read you. Orders, Captain. All right, bring it on. Received. What do
Well,
you
that was
want?
fun.
Right away, sir. Ready to roll out. Yes, sir. Ready to roll out. I read you. Roger that. SCV good to go, bring sir. It on. Identify target. Reporting for duty. Job finished. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. I read you. Reporting for duty. Bring it on. Yes, sir.
Add-on complete.
SCV good to go, sir. Can't build it. Something's in the way. SCV good to go, sir. Right away, sir. Orders received. Ready to roll out. Ready to roll out. All right, bring it on.
Additional supply depots
I
required.
read you. Affirmative. Job finished. SCV good to go, sir.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Ready to
Not
roll
enough
out.
minerals. Not enough minerals.
Can't believe I almost killed him. Oh man.
Identify target. What do you want? SCV, good to go,
Not
sir.
enough minerals. Your forces are under attack.
on. Destination. Ready to roll out. Orders, sir. What do you want? Reporting for duty. Ready to roll out. Yes, sir. Destination. Identify target. Destination. Yes, sir. Identify target. What do you want? Destination. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Orders, sir. I read you, sir.
Your forces are under
Orders, sir.
attack.
Destination. Ready to roll out. Yes, sir. What do you want? Orders, sir. I read you, sir. Yes, sir. Identify target. Destination. Identify target. Yes, sir. Identify target. Absolutely. Bring it on. Moving. Destination. Identify target. Bring it on. Delighted to, sir. Destination. Yeah. Identify target.
Your forces are under attack.
Orders, sir. Destination. Yeah. Yes, sir. Orders, sir. Your mind. Identify target. Yes, sir. Delighted to,
Your forces
sir.
are under attack.
Yes, sir. Proceeding. Moving. All right. Bring it on. Yes, sir. Delighted to, sir.
Your forces are
All
under
right, sir.
attack.
Bring it on. Orders, Captain.
Not enough
Ready
minerals.
to roll out. Destination. Yes, sir. Destination. Affirmative. Oh, is that it? SCV, good to go, sir. Target. Orders, sir. Absolutely. All right, orders, sir. Bring it on. Yes, sir. Proceed. All right. Bring it on.
Not enough minerals.
I read you. Roger that.
Not enough minerals.
Reporting for destination. All
Additional
right. Bring
supply
it on.
depots required.
Orders, sir. Yes, sir. Moving.
Additional supply
Right.
depots
Bring it on.
required.
SCV, good to go, sir. Identify target. Destination. Orders, sir. Destination. Moving. Identify target. Oh, is that it? No problem.
Not enough minerals. Your forces are under attack.
I can't build it. Something's in the way. I can't build there. Identify target. Delighted to, sir. Right. Bring it on. Orders, Captain? Yes, sir. I read you, sir. Identify target. I can't build it. Something's in the way. SCV, good to go, sir. Absolutely. Orders, Captain? Ready to roll out. Yes, sir. Moving. Ready to roll out. Yes, sir. Affirmative. What do you want? Orders, sir. Destination. I read you, sir. Ready to roll out. Yeah. Yes, sir. I read you. Reporting for duty. Yes, sir. I read you. Ready to roll out. Reporting for duty. Right away, sir.
Goliath
Ready to roll
online.
out.
Not
SCV,
enough
good to go,
minerals.
sir. Orders,
Not
Captain?
enough minerals.
Yes, sir. I read you.
Not enough minerals. Your
sir.
forces are under attack.
Proceed. Destination moving. Proceed. Yes, sir. Delighted to proceed. Destination, absolutely.
Goliath online.
Proceed. SCV, good to go, sir. Delighted to, sir. Absolutely. Proceed. Delighted to, sir. Absolutely. Moving. Proceed. Absolutely. Proceed. Absolutely. Moving. Absolutely. Destination. Yes, sir.
Your
Report for
forces
duty.
are under attack.
Yes, sir. Orders, sir. Destination. Moving. Affirmative. Proceed.
Complete.
Orders, sir.
I can't believe this shit. Oh man, Ruskik, if you see this, man, what are you doing? Well, I've officially beaten an A-rank Protoss with Terran. Guys, I'm officially a Terran Gosu, okay? That's crazy. Yeah, hi Ruskik. So Ruskik is here in the chat. It's hard to play with. Man, you know what? You know why I did this first attack? I will tell you, okay? The first attack, I did a 3 factory all-in. And you know why? Because I forgot my third depot. I had my first factory ready at 26 of 26 supply, wanted to make my tank, and I see, oh fuck, I can't, I forgot my depot, I haven't even started my depot. So I had money from the tanks that I couldn't spend, so I just built another factory. So that's how this push developed. That was my build. Oh my god. So guys, I hope you enjoy this game. This was the proof that if you just macro, you can easily stomp an A-rank Protoss, no problem. Yeah, I really did not understand that. Yeah, I'm often go to factory, but I don't understand what you mean with Nick or so. Well, you know, I have told you what I'm doing here, but not in super much detail. So the point is that I'm actually only macroing. I don't use mines, I don't use scans, I don't use positioning, I don't use scouting, I don't use micro, nothing. I just macro, that's it. That's a plan, okay? That's a plan. And I want to show that with only that plan, it's easy to reach 1.5k MMR. That's the whole point of the stream behind my Terran playing. So because I only want to macro and do nothing else, no build orders, nothing, I decided what would be the best build order to play against all the races. I play the same stuff against all races. I just go mech, like some tanks, and, well, little bit of difference. Against Zerg I go Goliaths, against Terran and Protoss I go Vultures. So that's the only difference. And I usually always go 2 factory expansion and then more factories when I have money. So I really do the most basic thing you can do, that you need no game knowledge, no Terran knowledge, nothing. You can just jump in your first week of StarCraft, see the video and know, okay, I need to make workers, I need to make units, I don't get supply blocked, and then it's easy to go up in the ladder in the beginning. Without any game knowledge. That's the whole process. So I'm always going 2 factory expansion, but then I forgot the third depot and I had extra minerals, extra gas, so I had to add the third factory. I just had to do it, man. It was like coincidence, sorry. It was my fault. I fucked up by not making the depot, and that's why I added the third factory, because I have to spend my money, you know? I can't just let my money stay over 200. It's not possible, I have to spend it. So that's it. Yeah, no, first Reaver didn't die. Well, in the push, yes. I focused it actually. So I have to say, when I'm doing the video, like what I'm doing here with Terran, I said I don't want to use any micro. I only want to use macro. So I actually just A move. The only micro I do is pressing the siege button usually. But because it was against you and I know you're a good player, I microed a bit. I pulled the injured tanks away to the back and so I did actually use micro. I don't do that in other games. So even if I see I can win the game right now with a little bit of micro, I don't do it. I just A move in all the games. I just A move, no micro, because I want to show you not only need macro to go to 1.5k. It's so easy. That's the point I want to make. But yeah, against you is a little bit of special case. So I microed a bit. Yeah, I definitely microed. Yes, I definitely microed. So to all the viewers, yes, I microed in this game. But this was a special case because I know Ruskik and I know he's a very good player. And the chance to win this sweet game, to beat my first A rank player as a Terran, I had to take the chance, you know. I had to take this opportunity. So yes, I microed a little bit. Okay, please don't hate me. Yeah, Ruskik, don't know how you got so much stuff with no SCV. It's macro. It's macro. This account that I have, I mean, let's see. This account here. What is it now? You see, it's 1.7k. 1.7k. This was literally all the games, only macro. No micro. I never used a single mine. I never looked up a single build order. I never played Terran in my life before. I did nothing. I did no scans, no mines, no build orders, no micro, nothing except this one game against you now. I did a little bit of micro. But I basically reached 1.7k by only macroing. Really only macroing, nothing else. It's actually crazy. An anonymous cheerer just cheered 100 bits. Oh, I didn't see an alert, but thanks a lot. Yeah, really, thank you. Why was there no alert? Was there an alert and I just didn't notice? I guess because my alert is here. Yeah, it should be. Let's see. I can replay it. Ah, okay, it's over this. Ah, okay, I see. Let me put it here. Okay, this is good. Okay. So thanks a lot. Okay, so that's it. Terran is so strong that it's stronger when you don't make depot instead of weak. Lesson learned. Yes, who needs depots if you can make factories, you know? Well. Oh man, Ruskik, it would be so nice to have this video in to have this game in the video, but I can't put it in because I didn't play well. I did forget my third depot, and one of the main things to do is not getting supply blocked. I would love to put this game in the video, but I can't do it because I was too bad. Ah. Oh man. Yeah, I didn't even macro well. I did not make units all the time during the fighting because I was microing a bit, because I was focusing on my units trying to kill you. I was actually not playing good macro game, so this is definitely not the game to put in the video. Yeah, so yes, Ruskik, your reputation will not publicly be shamed. This will just collect dust in my huge amount of YouTube videos below all the other 5 view videos. Yeah, so Ruski, yes, a 1.7k, 500 win rate, percent win rate. Terran didn't play good and wrecked me. Yes, as sad as it sounds, I have to say that's true. But yeah, I know sometimes you can be confused what the fuck the opponent is doing when he has no point, but it's actually true. I cannot deny that. I'm always speaking the truth here. But I will not publicly shame you and put it in the video. Don't worry. Okay. Yeah, so enough warm-up. That was my first game, my warm-up game, by the way. To make things worse for you. Now I will switch to my President of APM account. Man, this is already a great stream, I have to say. So now we have my President of APM account on 1.4k with 10 losses in a row to drop me down to D rank. And then I had 2 wins, but those were not good games. My opponents were just too bad. So let's see. Maybe I get a better opponent now. Let's check the chat one more time. Hope you guys match again. No, we'll not match again because I switched account now. This account is too low to match him. Is there a way as a Protoss to know if it's free fact all in, or you know when it's too late? Well, I have to say, I know you're not asking me, but I will answer anyways because I'm a Protoss and I'm the streamer here. I mean, Ruskik even said it in the chat, like, what are you doing, what's going on, because he didn't see my expansion attempt. So if you don't see the Terran going out very early when he has like 4 Marines, he's usually getting a bunker in the natural and so on, and or pushes out with the first tank or so. If you don't see that, it's 100% 2 factories at least. And then you just get more gates anyways. You just get more gates. And then the difference between 2 gates and 2 factory and 3 factory is not that big anymore. You get gates anyways. So just get gates, get a lot of units, and you will be ahead if you take no real damage against 2 factory or 3 factory build. Yeah, and 3 factory builds are not really a thing. It's just because I forgot the third depot. Yeah. Man. It's so funny because we just played like 2 days ago. We just played some, or we just talked about the thing, and then the first game I do here today, I meet you, and also Ruskik. Also, I saw when I logged on today here, just like 20 minutes ago, I actually saw I have a new friend request, and I saw it was from you. So I accepted your friend request. And I saw the nickname, this Q and then something else. So I just accepted the friend request when I logged on, and then I went into that game, and then we met. It's such a nice coincidence. And in the first moment, I actually didn't realize it's you. But then I see the nick again, and I see, wait, Q, like short name, 5 letters, no sense in that name with a Q beginning. Wait, I just accepted that friend request from this guy. When you said I have you on friends list, that's when I realized, all right, I just accepted this friend request. It's actually Ruskik. This is a crazy coincidence.
Orders, Captain? I read you.
I can't believe this happens.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Okay, so did anyone notice what MMR he is?
Not enough minerals.
Actually, I didn't check. He's Protoss for sure, but did anyone check his MMR? Can you please tell me, guys?
Not enough minerals.
SCV good to go, sir.
We'll see it in clip. Okay, thank you, Lucky Noob. So, by the way, I will play like full macro, and I will talk a lot about what I'm doing here. because this is a potential game for the video, so I will talk a lot. So don't worry about me.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Okay,
Not enough
so the
minerals.
plan is, as always, make SCVs all the time, make units in your other production buildings all the time, never get supply blocked, and if you complete all of those things, if you can do that, spend your money. If you still have money after making units, after making supply depots, if you still have money left, then just spend it. So that's the plan here, as always.
I read you. Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
So the opponent is a Protoss. So I will just go for the usual 2 factory with tanks and vultures, and then expand. That's like the rough build order, but it's not really a build order, I just do it.
Orders, Captain. SCV good to go, sir.
Not enough minerals.
Just the most basic
Not
thing you can
enough
do, basically.
minerals.
Most safest and not all-in build you can do.
Good to go, sir.
Okay, so this time we'll not forget the depot.
SCV good to go, sir. Job's finished. Orders, Captain. Yes, sir. Orders,
So I'm making this depot here
Orders received. Job's
because we soon need one.
Orders, Captain.
Because we just finished our racks, so we actually have 2 production buildings now that can produce units, so we need that depot really bad. It's actually slightly too late.
Yes, sir. You want a piece of me, boy? Yes, sir. Standing by.
So here, yeah, I'm supply booked for the Marine. The Marine is not as important because I'm going for mech, but you still want to have like some Marines to be safe.
Orders received.
But anyways, this doesn't really matter. If you lose to a rush, then just leave the game and play the next. It doesn't matter. Like, if you have solid macro in your games, even if you lose to a rush once in a while, you shouldn't let it get to you. Like, you are the better player if you can macro well.
Right away, sir. Give me something to shoot. You want a piece of me, boy?
So we are adding another
SCV good to go, sir.
factory with 200 while still making SCVs all the time, making Marines. I will actually stop making Marines now.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Piece of me, boy.
We just scout initially to see where his position is. That's all the scouting we'll do. And I forgot my third depot again. I can't believe this.
Orders received.
Wow, I can't believe this. I can't believe I forgot my third depot. So Ruskik, you now see a replay of the game against you. This is exactly the game I played against you, and I cannot use it for the video anymore. This game is lost basically. So in this game I will just do whatever. I will macro. This is exactly the thing that happened against you, Ruskik.
Right away, sir.
Total replay of this game. I researched Siege because I'm still supply blocked. Okay, not anymore.
Orders, Captain.
Now I can actually make a
Not
tank.
enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
SCV good to go, sir.
Yeah. I know I need a third depot.
Your forces are under attack.
Give me something to shoot. Give me something to shoot. Rock and roll. Jacked up. Good to go.
Additional supply depots required. Not enough minerals.
Oh man.
Additional supply depots required. Your forces are under attack.
Oh!
Orders, Captain.
Wow, this is the worst.
Minerals.
Wow.
Additional
I can
supply
just say
depots
wow.
required.
This is what I did against you, Ruskik. This is like the game I played against you.
Your forces are under attack. Insufficient Vespine gas. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Affirmative.
Not enough minerals.
Read you.
Okay, he's top right, top right. Let's see. I will just go for big push again.
Bring it on.
Whoops.
Absolutely. What do you want? Ready to roll
Not
out.
enough minerals.
SCV good to go, sir.
Insufficient Vespene gas.
Destination. I read you. Right away, sir.
Not enough minerals.
So as you can see, I'm not really talking about it anymore. I'm just want to finish this game because it's lost for the video anyways.
Yes, sir. SCV good to go, sir.
Let's get this one as well.
Bring it on. Destination.
Okay, maybe another
Not enough
tank.
minerals.
We still have
Not
gas.
enough minerals.
Yes, sir. Reporting for duty.
Not enough minerals.
Roger that. Ready to roll out.
Not enough minerals.
SCV good to go,
Not
sir.
enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Identify target. Bring it on. Destination.
There's an observer.
Not enough minerals.
Okay, guys. It is time. Let's go. Let's A-move this. Let's take some SCVs to repair as well.
Yes, sir.
Your forces are under attack.
Destination. Orders, Captain. Orders, sir. Bring it on. Orders, Captain. Oh, is that it?
Not enough minerals.
you, sir. Delighted to, sir.
Not enough minerals.
Right away, sir.
Upgrade complete.
Delighted to, sir. Identify target. Destination. SCV good to go, sir. All right. Bring it on.
Your
Identify
forces are
target.
under attack.
Proceeding. Yes, sir. Destination. Identify target. Absolutely. I read you, sir. Move it. Destination. Absolutely. Identify target. Proceed. All right. Bring it on. Yes, sir. Move it. Destination. Job finished. I read you. Orders received. Something on your mind? Yes, sir. Destination. Proceed. Delighted to. Destination. Move it. I read you. Destination. Yes, sir. Destination. Absolutely. Destination. Moving. Absolutely. Identify target. Delighted to, sir. Yeah. Destination. Identify target. Absolutely. Moving. All right. Bring it on. Yes, sir. Roger that. Orders received. Yeah. I read you. Reporting for duty. Yes, sir. What do you want? Identify target. Orders, sir. Ready to roll out.
Not enough
Orders,
minerals.
sir. All right. Bring it on. Delighted to, sir. Yes, sir. Orders, sir. Yes, sir. Orders, sir. Absolutely. Moving. Destination.
Not enough minerals.
Destination. Bring it on. Delighted to, sir. Destination. Absolutely. Sir. Absolutely. Destination. Orders, sir. Proceeding. Identify target. Destination. I read you. Job finished. Yes, sir. Orders, sir. Yes, sir.
Not enough
Identify
minerals.
target. What do you want? Orders, sir. Identify target. Proceeding. Destination. Identify target. Yes, sir. Destination. Delighted to, sir.
Goliath
Identify
online.
target. Destination. Job
Goliath
Destination.
online.
Reporting for duty.
Not enough minerals.
Identify target. Proceeding. Delighted to, sir. Absolutely. Proceeding. Yes, sir. Delighted to, sir. Destination. Identify target. Destination.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
I read you.
Go ahead, TACOM.
Destination,
Upgrade
Elated 2, sir.
complete.
Yes, sir. Destination. Identify target. Destination. Identify target.
Calling online.
Identify target. Proceed. Destination. Orders, sir. Identify target. SCV good to go, sir. Something on your mind?
Systems functional. Acknowledge HQ.
Insufficient Vespine
Yeah,
gas.
yeah. It's true. It's true. What can I say? It's true. No, this was a 3 fact before third depot, group lock. It was actually 3 fact before third depot. Okay, my win rate with 3 factories before third depot is 100% against good players. Terran is the easiest race by far. Why am I even playing this game? It's so sad how it's so sad what is happening here. Like, it's so sad that I'm forgetting the third depot all the time. It's so sad that it actually works. Okay, we have the same guy. We have the same guy again. He is in his placement matches. He's not ranked yet. Oh, wait, what? Lucky Noob? He had an MMR 1.6k? Really? Okay, interesting.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough
No
minerals.
rush gay, please.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
SCV good to
Not
go,
enough
sir.
minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Okay, so let's continue to play good macro now.
SCV good to go, sir.
Not enough minerals.
MMR is 1.6k. Not be afraid, play macro game. Yes, that's what I want to do. Sorry, I failed at that.
Yes, sir. SCV good to go, sir.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Okay, so I will start commenting on the macro part again now. So for anyone, like, if this game comes into the video and you guys watching the video right now are seeing this, definitely check out the full stream recording on my YouTube channel. It will be uploaded right next to this video, and then you can see the backstory of it. It's actually pretty funny. So yeah, but now I will comment on the macro and just play a macro game.
Yes, sir.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
So we have everything in production.
Not enough minerals.
SCV good to go, sir.
Not enough
It's all good. We
minerals.
spent our money. Nothing to do right now.
Good to go,
So I actually did push APM. I'm sorry for that. You only need like 40 APM for this. You press SCV once in a while. You select two SCVs, send them in the thing here. You send this to the minerals. It's really no APM needed. You need like 40. This is just so high because
Orders received.
by mistake I spammed a bit.
SCV good
You
to
don't
go,
really
sir.
need that.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Not
So now we are
enough
spending our
minerals.
money for a factory, and we continue to make SCVs all the time. All the time we are making SCVs. We also get some additional marines,
Depots required.
but SCVs as well.
SCV good to go, sir.
Then we need a depot very soon because we have two buildings that are capable of producing units, the command center and the barracks. So our supply goes up twice as fast now. So we kinda need our depot a bit earlier compared to the second one. Always make sure you're never supply blocked. Okay, we have everything in production, but we still have some minerals. We don't need 2 in production here. We still have some minerals now, despite everything in production, so we spent them into another factory. But we still make SCVs all the time. I will stop making marines now because we are going for factories, we are going for mech. Do we need depots? Not yet, but very soon, because now we have our factory complete. We are producing tanks. So yes, I will build a depot now. But we're still making SCVs, we are still making units all the time out of the factory. Now we have everything in production. We spent our minerals, I get siege mode. Siege mode, good unit. And we make more SCVs. Our depot's finishing. What about our tank? Oh, our tank finished. Let's make more tanks. And this one is completed. We need to use this one as well. Okay, now all our 3 production buildings are producing. We need another depot very soon. Let's do it. SCVs, constant production. Vultures are a bit quicker than tanks, so you need to be a bit more careful at not letting your factory without a machine shop idle. Always make stuff in every single production facility. See, to show you this, to actually show you and click all the buildings all the time, that I have things building all the time, I'm actually pushing my APM right now. I'm actually pushing my APM right now. And it's at 60, so you don't actually need that much APM if you're doing this. Just make sure you have units building all the time.
Not enough minerals.
Alright, bring it on. Job finished. Orders, Captain. SCV good to go, sir.
It's a good practice to let the one SCV that is making depots, whenever it's finished, just make another one with the same SCV all the time. Because you need it. It's like a good timing. I have one extra here at the top. Now I don't need another one because we have this one building, but we check our things here. Everything's producing, wonderful. Now I'm going to spend my next minerals for an expansion. I go out a bit, let's see, I A-move this, and I make the expansion.
Not enough minerals.
But do we have stuff building? Okay, SCVs are producing. This one is producing, this one's producing. Perfect. And then we can take this expansion with 400 minerals, but only if everything is producing. Do we need a depot? Yeah, soon, but first we need to make sure to have everything producing. Okay, now it's fine, now I can make a depot. Because we still didn't need it so early, but now we can build it. We're still making SCVs all the time. So the little bit of knowledge I will use is getting turrets. Turrets is good for DTs, for drops, against Zerg, for Mutalis. Turrets are actually
Not enough minerals.
needed sometimes, so I have to build them. And we're still making units all the time. We actually have money left over. I have everything producing right now, and I still have money, so I'm getting another factory now. And I think we still have too much money. Let's see. I can make a machine shop here. Yeah, and we still have too much money. You can see it. I built another factory now. We still have everything producing. Everything is doing something. You can see here I'm always making SCVs. Depot, we don't need a depot because we have our command center finished. Using buildings to produce units is very important, but also using your other buildings for example, a command center to mine your expansion is also very important. Always use all your existing buildings before you build something else. Don't get some, I don't know, starport, armories, whatever, before you actually have stuff building everywhere. Always use everything you have before building something new. Use all your production facilities, use your expansions, make sure you have everything used, and then you can add new stuff, like this factory now. Do we need depots? Yeah, we kinda need depots soon. You have to remember, the more production facilities you have, the faster you need depots. So at this point, I think we actually need 2 depots building at the same time all the time. I still have not make a turret. Let's build some. Okay. Here, this one is building. This one is building. What about our factories? Building. This one is not building. This one is not building. See, these 2 were not building, and I still made the turrets. That's a mistake. Always use all your all production facilities before you build new stuff. Here I have this building. Can get another tank here. We have enough gas. Here I'm producing something. Here I'm producing something. We need more depots very soon. Let's do them. SCVs in production. Oh, another factory is complete. I will get an armory now to get some Goliaths. At some point you should get Goliaths in case he's going like, I don't know, carrier or arbiter or so. But you still want to make units all the time. Never stop making units. You need to do this. Okay, you can see I have everything building. Do we need... yeah, we need depots very quickly. Okay, so I have not still scouted him, so I will actually scout him now. Oh yeah, and this passive upgrade doesn't need any micro, you can research it. It's a good upgrade, I guess. Sadly he doesn't let us scout. But that's okay. We'll just move his army away from us. Do we have everything building? Now we do. Okay, this command centers. Okay, and we need to get more depots, otherwise we will be supply blocked soon. We are doing an attack very soon, so we want to make sure everything is like doing stuff in our base before we do that attack. Don't go for an attack before you have everything queued up, everything building, your money is spent, you have depots building. So I'm going to build these 3 units in these 3 factories, and now I'm actually going for an attack. So I'm grouping my units here. 1, 2. Okay, it takes some time to group your units and move them, so we have to remember to make units even in this time. We have to make depots all the time. We are still not supply blocked at 160 supplies, this is pretty good. Okay, I have 2 control groups. I now get the 3rd control group. 1, 2, 3. This tank, I don't know what's doing. I siege it. 1, 2, 3. A move. I'm not looking at the fight. I'm building stuff in my main, okay? I'm building stuff in my main. I'm producing units. I just A moved this. I press the siege button. I A move again. I'm still making units. Still making this. Oh, I have some more units here. Let's see. Yeah, all my units are stuck behind actually. But we still easily won the fight. See, if you just macro, you don't need to look at the fight or micro or whatever. You just make units all the time. And then even if you lose the fight, you have a new army that is bigger than his army. Okay, so now we regroup our army again. One control group. 2nd control group. And we A-move. Maybe I should scout him at some point. We need to know where we have to attack if we want to A-move him. Look at my money. This is a problem. This is a big problem. Before I attack, I have to spend my money. You do never attack before you spend your money. Spend all of your money you have. This was actually a bad mistake that I did, having so much money. If you have no gas, just spend it on something else. Get additional CC. Here, get CCs, whatever. Just spend it. Okay, now I scouted him. I have my 2 control groups. I have a third one now. 1, 2, 3. Wait, there's another expansion here. Interesting. Anyways, 1, 2, 3. I A-move this. I still make units.
Insufficient forces are under attack.
If you have no gas, just get vultures. Just get anything. I A-move this. No micro, no hands. See, I don't even need to do anything. I just A-move because I have so much money. So much units. I literally A-move him and make more units and I win the game. And he's a 1.6k player.
Upgrade complete.
I still need to spend my money. Look, I'm approaching 400 again. I just get another CC. The fight is going on. We don't care. We just make more units. These factories are done. We make units here. And now we can take a small look at the fight. Oh, nice, we're winning. Let's actually get the siege button. Oh, look, there are DTs now. Let the units die. It's okay. It's fine. We'll just let them die. We don't need to retreat them. I know I'm exaggerating now, you know. But I just want to stress that it's so much more important to make more units in your base to macro than to micro some units that will probably die anyways, you know. So what do we need against invisible units? I guess we need a vessel. It's sad, but we need to get it. Sadly, we can't only A-move. Sadly, that's not possible. Yeah, so I should have gotten a vessel earlier, I guess. So that's a little bit of knowledge that you need.
Not enough minerals.
But as long as you're still macroing all the time
Forces are under attack.
and you're using your buildings, I mean, I built additional command centers, so I want to use them, you know. I will now
Upgrade complete.
also get some turrets there. Yeah, the vessel is a bit sad. I had to build that earlier. So I want to make sure I have some turrets here, so he can't run into us with CTs. So he's coming with CTs, but I have my
Your forces are under attack.
turrets building. It's fine. Oh my god, he's really... Okay, we got it. It's fine. We have so much SCVs that we can send a lot here to this expansion, and we can let this land.
Your forces are under attack.
Okay, where's our vessel? Ah, we still need so much for the vessel. That's a little mistake. I will talk about this after the game. But you could see until this point, it was actually such an easy game. I didn't even siege. I just rolled over him, literally. I didn't micro, I didn't look at the fight. I just rolled over him with A-move, no siege. Despite him having more expansions, because just I have better macro, that's it. I still make units here all the time if I can. My minerals are getting a bit low because my main is mined out. But we have this expansion now. Okay, now I think we can... we need some gas for the vessel. And yeah, so because we need a lot of gas, we just make vultures instead. But we make units anyways. We make units all the time. If we have no gas, we make vultures. Just make units. And once the vessel is done, we can actually go for another attack. I have units making in all the production facilities. I want to use my resources anyways, so I get these upgrades. What's going on here? Let them storm, it's okay. We have enough SCVs. We just build more. We have enough SCVs anyways, because our production was good. He's probably, while he's storming, he's not making units, so he has less units in the end compared to us. Because he's focusing probably too much on doing that, while we are focusing on making units. So even if he kills some, doesn't matter. Okay, so we finally have our vessel. I make another one in case it dies somehow. So this vessel is important now. I can not only A-move this. And maybe he's too strong now, it could be. It's probably the case that I'm actually losing now and he's too strong. But we'll try. Let's see. I have 1, 2, 3 control groups. I'm sieging my tanks now.
Your forces
I'm
are
still
under
making
attack.
units. I'm still making units. I don't need to watch the fight. My tanks are
Not
sieged. It's
enough
fine.
minerals.
Oh, see, we're still easily winning this game.
Not enough minerals.
It's so easy. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let me regroup my units now. 1, 2, 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, 3. By the way, he's... Oh, we have a lot of units here still. We can take this as control group 4. See, we have so many units. It's nice. This is control group 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have another vessel. And we're sieging our tanks and we're making more units. Look our minerals. We need to make units.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Wait, this control group is actually not... Ah, the control groups. Okay, 1, 2. 1, 2. And this is 3. This is 3. We just make more units until we have no minerals and then we can attack, not before. 1, 2, 3. We can take those 2 tanks. 1, 2, 3. I A move again. This expansion can land. I'm still making SCVs now because he killed some. 1, 2, 3. Let them storm. I just make more units.
Not enough minerals.
We are regrouping. We are taking those in our group. Now I siege my tanks because we are at the buildings. Oh, really?
Complete. Upgrade complete.
We need more vessels. He still has invisible units. Not good. Not good for our Terran stuff.
Not enough minerals.
Ah, we have another vessel here. That's good.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Receiving headquarters.
Okay, I think this is pretty good. Some SCVs are here. We can make some here. Send them to the expansion. Make more units. I actually have almost no money because my naturals also mined out now.
Receiving headquarters. SCV good to go, sir. Orders, sir. Ready to roll out. Transmit orders, sir. Delighted. Receiving headquarters.
Ah, my hotkeys are not good again.
Bring it on. Identify target. Absolutely. Yes, sir. Explorer reporting. Roger that.
Your forces are under attack.
Headquarters.
Not enough minerals.
Still making units, still spending all of our minerals, making sure all our SCVs are mining. We have turrets, like we have everything set up in our bases. Oh, for some reason I can't make turrets. I guess I have no eBay anymore for some reason. Don't know what happened there, but... Oh, yes, he has a lot of units. We need to siege, I guess.
Your forces are under attack.
We still make more units.
Not enough minerals.
Can get another... Oh, we have another vessel, actually. Never mind.
Not enough minerals.
Okay, looks like he's barely defending this. That's fine.
Your forces are under attack.
As I said, if he's winning this, it's okay. I forgot the one thing, which is invisible units.
Your forces are
So
under
I'm taking my
attack.
units again. I'm making more units. I'm spending my minerals.
Not enough minerals.
And I guess he's attacking here now.
Channel open.
Yeah, game is lost.
Your forces are
But
under
it's fine.
attack.
Okay, make more units. We need more
Your
tanks.
forces are under attack. Not enough minerals.
Comlink online. Go ahead.
Okay,
General.
regroup my units. 1, 2.
Online.
Orders, Captain?
Oh, we have a lot of SCVs here. I sent some here.
Receiving headquarters.
Okay, I have 2 control groups again. Are we still making units? This one needs a unit, and we can spend the rest of our minerals.
Receiving headquarters.
Your forces are under attack.
Make units, make units, make units.
Not enough minerals.
Transmit orders.
And A moves the rest into him.
Yes, sir.
Ah, he killed our eBay again. Damn it.
I read you. We have you on visual. Transmit orders, sir.
Make units, make units, make units before you attack.
Goliath online.
And we have a third group here. Okay, we have 3 groups. Oh, some more units popping, I guess. 3. 1, 2, 3. There is. Make more units. Spend your minerals.
Not enough minerals.
Identify target. Transmit orders. Yes, sir.
Your forces are under attack.
Make SCVs.
Yes, sir.
Send them to the minerals. And now let's see if we can attack him again with a move. I mean, attacking upper ramp is usually not good, but I will do it anyways here. I will siege my tanks. And I'm making more units. Don't forget to make units in these situations.
Not enough minerals. Your forces are under attack.
Orders received.
Oh, looks like this time our attack upper ramp works. So now we can A move further. And we can... yeah, siege these tanks. I guess he's not leaving for some reason. But it looks like we have won the game. Still making units all the time. Spend your minerals. Spend your minerals in this situation. Don't just focus on killing his buildings. You don't need to look your tanks shooting the gateways. You don't need to do that. Make sure you macro. Make sure you spend your minerals. Oh look, here, he attacks us. I have another army to A move. Let's pull these SCVs away.
Your forces are under attack.
And we have more units coming because we were just making units. It's so great. It's such a good thing to do, to make units. So nice.
Your forces are under attack.
I guess we can lift this.
Your forces
Still
are
make
under
units. Oh, is he really doing this? My units are just running around. Okay, it's safe. I can send SCVs back here. I can send these to mine. I can land this.
attack. Zone.
Channel open.
And we still have to make units all the time, of course.
Not enough minerals.
And
Enough
now
minerals.
we
Enough
can
minerals.
regroup a bit. One control group,
Your forces are under attack.
second control group. 1, 2. This is still going on here. Fine. What's going on here? There's nothing. I mean, we scouted like 20 minutes ago. We scouted here's a base here, right? So let's take that base now. I have 2 groups of units. I can take a vessel from here. I have like 2.5 groups of units. Before we attack, we spend our minerals. Before we
Nothing but
actually do
minerals.
the attack move command into his base, we spend all of our units, minerals. We make some SCVs because he killed
Your
some,
forces are under attack.
and he will go. And it's so easy. If you just macro, you have so much more units. Despite him having so many more expansions all the time, you just need to macro. I mean, he literally killed like almost a maxed out army with DTs. But we still have more units because we macroed in those moments, you know? I lost so many fights because he had Arbiter, DTs. I let him get his expansion. It all doesn't matter. Thanks for the shear again. Anonymous Shearer, thank you a lot. So he had more expansions, he had more tech, like Arbiter and so on. He had the DTs that killed a whole army of mine. He dropped me, he killed so many SCVs. But look at this. We actually had more resources, despite him killing like 50 SCVs with drops, with storm drops, with the zealot run-bys in the end. He killed so many SCVs, but we still have more resources, just because we build more stuff and use our minerals. If we just make units all the time, SCVs, we win the game anyways. There can be so much bad things happening that surprises us, or I don't know, he gets a lucky fight, he gets an expansion we don't scout. So many things can happen on this level, on this skill level, on this MMR level. But as long as you just constantly have good macro, you will win anyways. So really, if you're not 1.5k MMR, focus on your macro. After that, you can learn some advanced things like micro, build orders, laying mines, scanning, scouting, reacting to certain builds, stuff like that. You can do that once you have good macro. And to check if you have good macro, you just use only macro and you see you can easily reach 1.5k. If you still can't do it, your macro is not good enough for advanced stuff. Okay. Yeah, so again, the only things that I did apart from macro was like 99% of this game. Of course, you need to like hotkey your units into control groups so that you can A move them all at the same time. Like that's one you could call it micro, but I wouldn't. Like that's just a RTS basic thing that you have control groups and you A move them. So I did that. And the other things I did is the other knowledge that you need to accomplish this, what I did is don't go bio and mech at the same time. You see, I chose mech, so I have the game knowledge that going bio and mech at the same time is not good. So I chose mech. Like mech is good against Protoss, let's face it. It's better than bio. So that's literally the game knowledge that you get on your first day of playing StarCraft. So that's what I used. And the other thing is getting turrets. Getting turrets can help you against DTs, against Protoss. They can help you against Mutalisk, against Zerg. They can help you against Cloak Wraith, against Terran. So turrets are good in all the matchups. So that's like the other little bit of game knowledge. Turrets have detection and can shoot air. They are good. You should get them at some point, more early than late. So that's the other little bit of game knowledge that I use. Those are the only two things. Going mech and making turrets at some point. Apart from that, I have no idea how to play Terran. I don't do anything. I have no build orders, no micro, no advanced things, no harassment, no drops, no whatever. Just macro. And this was a 1.6k player. Okay, with that, let's take a look at the chat here. Oh wow, I missed a raid here. Crossy. You can see it here, Crossy raiding with 35 people. Thanks a lot. Not 1.6k anymore with after those 2 games. Yeah, I actually played another game before that I also won. This was the second one. Yeah, I don't know. There was no, yeah, there's no alert, no notification. I'm replying to this here about the notification of the raid. Yeah, so really sorry. I have, for some reason, I have no notification when I'm in my game screen. I will definitely fix that for the next stream. I'm very sorry. I will definitely fix it, and in the future I will definitely notice raids during the game. Okay. Ruskik here. I'm always saying TVP is the easiest matchup. First of all, if you ask the general public of StarCraft, the general community, the general opinion is Protoss is easiest, which I agree to, by the way. I agree to this. Especially on lower levels, Protoss is the easiest race. But as you can see, Terran is also very easy. And second, the games look exactly like this against Zerg and Terran as well. I'm literally doing only macro. I'm doing the exact same things against all the races. I'm doing no differences. Okay, except against Zerg I get Goliaths earlier because of those Mythalists. That's the only thing that I do different against Zerg. But apart from that, it's all the same. Like 2 factories, expansion, more factories, and then a move when I have enough units. But constant macro, that's the base of everything. Constant macro, and the games, all the games you have will look exactly like this. Well, not exactly. This game was actually not super good because I got the vessel very late. So yes, there can be DTs at some point, and he killed my whole army with DTs. So it was not the perfect game to show, but I want to show you that those things can happen. But if you macro all the time, it will not matter. That was a 1.6k opponent, and when you're still below 1.5k, the games will be so much easier than this game. And I literally only macroed, nothing else. Okay. Yes, and Zerg. Well, I don't want to get too far, but I will do the same with Zerg. And Zerg is like very slightly, I don't want to say harder. You need a bit more knowledge for Zerg. You definitely need a bit more knowledge in the beginning. So if you just start StarCraft the first time and you jump into a Zerg game, you will probably be worse than compared to a Protoss or Terran game that you do on your first day of StarCraft, because Zerg works a bit differently. Because you have to decide between workers and fighting units. So that's a little bit of knowledge that you need for Zerg that is different from Terran and Protoss. But apart from that, once you know that, it's still as easy. And I will show it in the future. Okay. So by the way, guys, I'm cutting this stream. I'm actually opening my video editing software and I'm cutting this whole stream into nice pieces for the video. So the thing I just said about Zerg and the thing I'm saying now, those will not make it into the video. I don't want to bore the viewers with stuff that has nothing to do with what the video is about, Terran macro games. So yeah, that's why I sometimes talk about other stuff. I can just cut it out. It will not make it into the video. Okay, so did we have any important chats that I missed? Don't show the video to Atosis. Well. You staying away from Armory and Comset on purpose. Academy and Comset. Casey Holter, if you're still here. Yes, I actually do stay away from it intentionally because I want to make this as beginner friendly as possible. I want to show that you literally only need to macro to reach 1.5k. You don't need any additional technical things, any knowledge. So yes, I'm actually intentionally not making an academy and not making scans. Because I can already see some players, they focus too much on scanning and looking around with scans and so on. They don't micro in those moments. I want to have this as easy as possible. Just focus on macro. I mean, it sounds stupid, right? Maybe one of you guys, if you're a Terran player at like 1.2k, this might sound stupid to you. You maybe think, what is he talking about? I can easily just get the comset and do a scan. It doesn't take away my, it doesn't take anything away. I can still macro while I'm doing that. It's easy. But trust me, I'm playing StarCraft since 2004. I'm playing StarCraft for 16 years now. And I have seen so many lower ranked players taking so much attention or putting so much attention on really trivial things, and they forget to macro for a whole minute because they do some small little totally unimportant detail, and they lose games because of that. Trust me. If you think, yes, okay, scans are good, I can scan all the time during my macro, do it. But watch the replays of your games and check your command centers, check your factories all the time. And if you don't have units building in those command centers and factories, and you're getting supply blocked, promise that you stop scanning for a bit, focus a bit on macro, and if you can accomplish not getting supply blocked and constantly making SCVs and units, then you can start scanning again, okay? That should be a good deal. Okay. Lucky noob, man. You're the most creative guy. I see you always with your graphics in some various threads for STPL and so on. You have you make the emotes, and now you have this, man. Kiss, keep it simple, son. Always looking for some like catchphrases. Brainojack, I'm still confused. Toss expands to another main. DT skill push, multiple storm drops, arbiters. What was he doing? Yeah, I can totally tell you, Brainojack. He was doing all those things that you said. All of those things, that was he was doing. But what he was not doing in that time is macroing. And that's why he loses. 100%. I'm a coach at CPL. I see so many replays of lower ranked people who come to me and ask what they do wrong. They show me a replay and they do all those things that they heard are good. DT harassment, storm drops, expanding a lot. Protoss should have more expansions than Terran, stuff like that. But they forget the most basic things while they are doing that. And that is macroing, and that's why they are losing. And then I tell them, yes, those things are all fine. Once you're 1.8k, then you can do those things. Before that, improve your macro. And some people actually listen to me and they see the results. Trust me, it works. Macro works. You don't need to do storm drops. You don't need to do DT harassment. You don't need to make sure you always have 2 expansions more than the Terran. start by using your expansions that you have. Start by using the 3 expansions that you have before taking new ones. Make probes all the time. Make sure your expansions are mining with 20 probes, all of them at least. Then you can start thinking about new expansions. And not just because you see a random pro gamer like Bisu seeing 2 expansions ahead of a Terran. That's not how StarCraft works. Once you reach a certain level, then you will understand those things, and then you will know when to expand, when to erase. You know how it works, because you know during the time that you are doing those things, you are actually macroing behind that, and that's what makes it strong. When you're killing 5 SCVs with a DT, but you have 3 Nexi, not making probes for a minute, because you're focused on your DT, you are losing, I don't know, 9 probes. And you are killing 5 SCVs. Good job. You just killed more yourself than you killed of the opponent. Okay. Hi Concord Balls, thanks for tuning in. How's your Korean going? Well, I'm still learning every day. I think it's pretty nice. I can say some basic sentences. I've learned all the numbers. I'm still going strong. And I will not stop until I can hold a conversation in Korean and I can understand Korean YouTube videos. Okay, I will continue now. Lucky Noob, can we see the replay really quick? Yes, sure. We will also show the replay to our viewers at YouTube right now, sitting in front of the screen. I'm opening the replay now. What am I even doing? Where's my last replay? There we go. So, Lucky Noob, tell me what you want to see. I will go over the normal important things, like macro. I will show how much macro makes a difference, but you tell me what you want to see specifically as well. Okay, replay is loading. Let's jump into it. Oh wow, I just realized we have 30 viewers by now. Thanks a lot for tuning in, guys. If you never watched my stream before, you are the first time here. I'm usually a Protoss player playing on a decent rank, like A rank usually, but I'm doing a Terran experiment here. Just doing only macro and reach 1.5k MMR. If you have any questions or so, just put them in the chat. I'm always reading it. So, let's check this out. Okay, so Lucky Noob wants to know, what did he do wrong? Why does he have so few units? Why doesn't he have more units? I mean, he had more expansions, right? He had the 3rd base early. He had those DTs. He had arbiters. Why couldn't he beat me? Let's see. We'll see about that, okay? That's what we'll check now. And I will show you guys exactly what happened. Exactly the reason why I won this game and he lost. I mean, you already know the answer probably by now. I repeat myself very often, but it's really that important, and I will show you why. I will show you the details here in this replay, so you can really believe me when I say macro is the most important thing you can do. I show you the exact results of good macro. And I'm by no means claiming I have perfect macro or even good macro. I never played Terran before, really. I'm just making units as best as I can, and I easily win the games at this level. That's all what's happening here. So, people who watch my Protoss video already know what's going on. At this point, I don't even need to watch the rest of the replay. Look at the worker count. Look at what's happening here. This is the most important part of the game right now. Don't care about build orders. You can play any build order you want. When you're behind 5 workers at 4 minutes, you will lose the game to a player who is making those workers. It does not matter what build order you are doing. It does not matter what build order he's doing. It completely does not matter. The worker count is a big story here. So he's getting a fast expansion, and he gets that expansion by not making workers. What point does an expansion have if you don't have the workers to use it? I don't know. And yes, guys, there are some specific builds. Yes, some programmers are cutting probes to do specific things. Some programmers are even cutting probes to get their expansions out earlier. But those are very specific things that you should really not care about if you're not at least 1.8k or so. Never cut probes. Make workers all the time. Okay, we'll continue. Ah yeah, and that's another good point. Perfect, Lucky Noob. You're really making this video and making the stream here. Look at the APM. So I have less than a third of the APM. I told you in the beginning, there's not much you have to do. And I will do the calculation now, okay? I will do the full calculation now. I did this earlier, but that was the opponent was too bad. I couldn't use this game for the video here. So I'm doing it again now. Let's see what I have, okay? I have a command center. Let's see how much APM we need, okay? APM command center can produce SCVs, right? How much build time is an SCV? I have no idea. Let's say you can make 4 workers in a minute. If it's not completely correct, doesn't matter. Let's say 4. 4 is a big number. It will not be 5. It may be 3, but let's say 4, okay? I have no idea what the actual build times are. So, but we calculate with 4. 4 is always already big, so the calculation will be wrong in the favor that we need higher APM than what we actually do. Okay, so 4 SCVs. To build an SCV, we need to click the command center and then click the SCV button, and also we have to select the SCV and send them to the minerals. Okay, so click command center, build SCV, click SCV, send to minerals. Okay, those are 4 actions per SCV. So we can make 4 SCVs per minute times 4, 16, okay? Remember, 16 actions per minute for perfect worker production. Now let's see what else do we have? We have 2 factories. I'm not sure about the build times. I will just say you can make, it's probably like 1.5. I will just say 2. You can make 2 tanks per minute. You can make 3 vultures per minute. Okay, it should be roughly even out and will be roughly correct. So again, for the tank factory, you need to click the factory. You click the tank. This time you don't need to send them to the minerals or so. So only 2 clicks. You can make 2 tanks per minute, so 4 clicks. Okay, 4 clicks. We had 16 before. 16 for the SCVs. Okay, I will put it even in the chat. 16 for SCVs plus 4 APM per minute for the tanks. Now for the vultures, I say we can make 3 vultures per minute. So again, per vulture we click the factory and we click the vulture build button. So 2 actions per vulture, 3 vultures, that's 6 actions for the vultures. Okay. What else do we need? We need depots. Depots, very important. What do we need to do for building a depot? We need to click in SCV. We need to like select the depot. That's one action. So pressing B for build and then S for supply depot. That's one action actually, in case you didn't know. So select SCV, select the depot in the build menu, place the depot at a certain spot. And that's it. We don't need to send the SCV back or so, because we're taking the same SCV, we are selecting the same SCV for the next. So those are 3 actions per depot. We are doing 2 depots per minute, okay? So that's another 3 times 2, 6 actions for the depots. Okay? So, what else do we need? Nothing. That's it. That's it. What do we have here? 16 plus 4 is 20, plus 6, 26, plus 6, 32. That's it. Yes, there are some, in the beginning of the game, there are some things, like we had to build a gas, and then we had to select 3 SCVs and send them in. But that was one-time thing. That's not every minute. I'm trying to calculate what actions you 100% need every single minute. 32. 32 actions per minute. 32 APM is needed for perfect macro on one base. Perfect macro one base, 32 APM. I'm not moving my units. I don't even need to select my units. If you want, whatever, select your units, hotkey them, 2 actions, do it twice per minute if you want, 4 action added to that. 36, if you want to do that. You will never reach over 50. Like, there are just not more things to do. You don't need to do anything else. You can also, for example, add the checking if you need to build another unit. So maybe you click those buildings, those 3 buildings, you do 3 clicks. Do them 3 times a minute. You have an additional 9 clicks. You're still like at 45 now. And this calculation is, I think, actually too high. Because I don't know the build times, I'm adding stuff that you don't really need, and you're still at 45 APM for one base. And the same is true for the rest. If you have 2 bases or 3 bases, you can just multiply that number. So let's say 45. For 2 bases you need 90 maybe. But I mean this hotkeying, for example, you only need to do once. You don't need it per base. You don't need to hotkey so many more units. If I hotkey 4 units, and if I have 8 units, I still do the same actions. I don't need additional actions. So really you can easily stay at like 80 APM, 70 APM on 2 bases. 100%, super easy. Again, remember we had 32 actions for only the macro. 32. Okay, so he's having 200 APM and he's failing. He's not making a probe right now. What is he doing? 200 APM. That's more than 3 actions per every single seconds. He's literally doing, every single second, he's doing 3 things. But none of them is making a probe. That's the reason that he's losing. Nothing else. Look, he's not even making a unit in his gateway. He's not making something here, he's not making something here. He's really only using 1/3 of his production right now while having 200 APM. What else do I need to say? And by the way, guys, when I seem so emotional and aggressive when I'm saying those things, I'm really sorry. I don't want to offend anyone. I just want to make it so clear how important macro is, okay? This is the most important thing that I want to do here. So I'm repeating myself very often and I'm getting a bit emotional sometimes. Okay. So yeah, my APM is still super low. I did spam my APM a bit because I was clicking the buildings very often to show you. For the video here, I showed you, okay, I have stuff building all the time. So I did actually spam APM a bit that I didn't need. And I'm still super low, okay? So let's see how this game is going. 13 workers at 6 minutes 50, whatever. That's the whole story. Look what he's doing here. If he's really expanding now, he doesn't even have enough probes to saturate his 2 bases. Yeah, he's actually doing it. I can't believe it. This is the most useless expansion you can ever do here. Oh my god. This is a perfect game to show you exactly how, like, what the biggest mistakes are. It's perfect. So I said, always use every existing building that you already have. Use every single building that you have before adding new buildings, spending your money on something else. He has no probe building. He has no probe building. He has no unit building. He has no unit building. He has no... Yeah, okay. Okay, he actually started unit. Okay. So still, two not building anything. Both Nexi not building anything. This is not making an observatory. Almost nothing is actually working in his base. But what is he doing instead? He's getting a new base. This is really... This expansion hurts him. It's better if he doesn't have this expansion. This expansion hurts him so much because he's neglecting everything in his base, except those 2 goons he did. Okay? Yes, look. 180 APM, over 125 minerals, not making additional goons. You see this? You see how the minerals go up? Now he's actually spending his minerals again. But that's the difference. Look, I'm already had 20 supply at this point. Almost doubling the worker count. 20 supply ahead at 8 minutes. That's crazy. Look. Look what's going on here. By the way, this is how you watch a replay if you want to improve. If you actually want to improve your macro, this is how you watch a replay. You let the replay run, you don't look at any fight, you don't look at any build order, you don't look at any micro, nothing. You go in the replay and you only click your nexus and your gateways, or your CC and your factories. And you see, what? Why am I not making something? How is this possible? What the fuck am I doing right now? Why am I not making this unit? Why am I not making probes? How stupid am I? That's how you should watch a replay. See? What's going on? Okay, so again, he has not a single unit building. Not a single unit in all of his gateways. And no probes. He's having 5 gates and 2 nexi. He has 7 production facilities. 7 production facilities that are completely idle right now, not active. This should never happen with a single building, but he's doing it with all of the 7 buildings he has, okay? What else is he spending his money on? Let's see. Oh, a Templar archive. Templars are not useful if you have no units. Oh, he started an upgrade. Oh, he started a simulator. Oh, he starts cannons and the pylon wall that's not even close, I think. I don't know. Look, he's spending so much stuff here. His expansion is not even mining. He's not even making probes here. What's the reason for this expansion? 400 minerals, and then a pylon here, and 3 cannons. 3 cannons are 450, pylon 550, nexus 950 minerals. Wasted. Those are like, I don't know, 7 goons. 7 goons. And he completely wasted it. He's not even mining with a single probe here. See, that's what I mean. Make sure you focus on the stuff that you have. Make sure you use the buildings that you have. Make sure you have everything mining or making probes. And not build this additional stuff while you don't have stuff building in your gateways. You can see the supply. I'm literally doing nothing except macroing. I don't have the best build order. He had a way earlier second expansion, so natural. His natural was super early. He has a third base super early. I mean, he had the third base when I added my natural. And I'm ahead 40 supply. How insane is that? Okay. So, yeah, that's 100% the reason he's losing. So, when I talk about macro, since macro is not really mentioned in some pro gaming casts, if you watch ASL, Atoses are not showing every macro cycle all the time, so it's not really super obvious. But what you see in those pro casts, in those games that you watch from BSL, ASL, whatever, the supply. You can actually see the supply, right? And I think, I really hope the supply is telling everyone right now watching what the result of good macro is. And by the way, guys, again, when I'm talking so energetic, I guess, I really don't want to praise myself here also. It's really not my point. I reached S rank before. It's like I'm a A rank player. I don't need to play at 1.5k and beat the players and feel good about myself. You know, this is really not the point of my game. Guys who are watching my stream all the time, they know I'm not like this. Like, I'm always trying to help. I'm really just doing it to really make it 100% clear how important macro is, okay? I see there's a lot of chat, but we will go over that later. I want to focus on the pre-plan now. So here again, you see I'm A-moving through a tight choke into a concave without siege, without mines. This is what I'm doing here. But I'm 60 supply ahead. Do you think there's any way he can win a fight? I'm just A-moving. I could do the worst macro in the world and still easily win the fight because I'm almost doubling his supply. Okay, not almost doubling, but 60 supply ahead at 11 minutes. There's no way I can ever lose a fight at this point. See, okay, now I siege. Now that the zealots are next to my tanks and his shuttle is on top of my tanks, then I siege them. This is really anti-micro. I'm actually hurting myself here. It's funny. This is almost the worst micro you can do here. But you see the supply. Oh, and by the way, this expansion that he did super early. You see it. I don't need to say it again. Look at the worker count. I'm over doubling his worker count. Okay, I think we watched enough, right? So the reason why he lost and why I won is clear now. Again, I'm not sieging my units even, because I just have too much. Now I'm losing my whole army, my whole 100, it was like 140 I guess, or so, 135, whatever. I'm wasting my whole army, intentionally. I could have retreated this. I saw DTs attacking me. I could have retreated that. But I wanted to show you. I can throw away an army completely and still win the game because I have another army in the making. You see all of those things? This, what comes out here, is stronger than what he has left after winning this fight. He's actually making units now. Not on all gates, but he is low on minerals. He's making units, so well, not the most efficient way, but this is better than not making units. Don't hesitate to queue up units. Just because you see some pro gamers only starting the next unit in the milliseconds the first one is finishing, don't do that if you're not a pro gamer. Just queue them up a bit. It's fine. It's 100 times better than not making them, than forgetting them. You never know when a fight starts. If you wait for the last second to make the next unit, maybe exactly at that moment the opponent attacks you and your attention is not on this production anymore, and then you have the whole fight no unit making. So if you have the money, queue up the units. 2 units or 3, 4 and 5 is going a bit overboard, but definitely queue up units if you have the money. Just spend your money, if possible, of course, on more gates. If you still have a lot of money, he doesn't, but if you have a lot of money, spend it on more gates instead of queuing up 5 units. But queuing up units in general is a good thing to do if you're still not high ranked. So I'm throwing my whole army away. I'm doing like no damage, killing 3 additional zealots died, okay? And I lost my whole army. Like, I don't know, 8 tanks and 8 vultures or so. But yeah, I'm still ahead 40 supply at this point. With 1 less base all the time. Remember, I have 1 less base the whole game, okay? And I'm easily beating him in supply just because I make units all this time. You see this? These blinking lights all the time? You see it? This is what you want to see in your games. All of the factories are blinking. He kills probes. You see, he just storm dropped me. That was actually the second storm drop, I think. I think he had another storm drop earlier here. But look at the worker count. I don't care about him storming my workers. I just have way more workers than he did, even after the storm drop. So yes, you could fly a building here. You could make more turrets here. You could pull away those SCVs if you see it in time. But if all of that takes your attention away from your macro, don't do it. Let the SCVs die. Don't focus on it. If you constantly make SCVs, I don't have an SCV making here, but if you're constantly making SCVs and making units, you still have more than he does. I bet when he was storm dropping, he was not making probes either. So he killed his own probes in that time as well. Indirectly, if you want. Okay. So I'm fast forwarding this replay. I think the story is clear. Here's another storm drop. 11 kills and another Templar was there, so probably like 20 kills at least. Not dodging any storms, just staying in the storms like a man. Look, he's almost winning the fight. Almost. But I have another army coming, because I macroed. Okay, maybe it was the army that was here, but that is also only there because I macroed, so. Let's see, he has some units here. I have definitely more units, because I macroed during the whole fight and he probably didn't. Okay, so now at this point the game I have to admit, gets a bit closer because I didn't have enough expansions for some time because my main is outmined and my natural is outmined, so it was actually a bit closer. But I think overall you can see the story of this game, right? If I didn't waste my whole army intentionally against DTs, if I pulled this back or so and waited for a vessel, 100% the game is won by this point. And I don't need additional expansions. But because I did not pull away my army and I let them all die, the game gets a bit closer than it should have been. But yeah, just wanted to show you that macro still wins games anyways. Look, I mean, what is he doing here? He's adding more gateways. Look, he's not even using his own gateways. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4 and almost 5. So he almost has 5 gateways not making anything. Yeah, this and yeah, this is not 6 gateways and almost another 2, so like 8 gateways not making stuff. But he's adding more things. He's adding pylons. Okay, yeah, pylons is okay, but still, he doesn't really need pylons right now. So if you don't need, if you're not always if you are not almost supply blocked, spend the money on your production first. And by the way, he killed a total of like 40 workers, but I still have more. Ah, thanks Hair Life. So actually I do have an alert here. I wonder why this raid alert didn't come through. I really have to check that out. So again, he kills a lot of SCVs here. Oh, another storm. But I still have the same number. He killed like 50 SCVs at least at this point. Yeah, and that's it. Here's another base. I still can't believe he took this base so early in this game. But the mineral blocks are still so full. It's crazy. Okay, and that's the game. Look, he attacks me with a big amount of units here from this other base. But thankfully, we macroed while we were attacking here. I did not look at the fight, I did macro, and that's why these units are here. If it really can happen very easily that you are losing a game because your opponent, for example, kills a whole expansion of you just because you don't have any units to defend because you did not make units during a fight. The difference between a win or loss can sometimes be after a big fight, he has another army and you don't because you didn't build units during that fight. And a fight can last long in the late game, especially in the late game. Let's see, I have 8 factories here, okay? 8 factories. And the fight can last a long time. If you focus on the fight, if you micro a lot and so on, and if you watch the whole fight, those are 2 rounds of units sometimes. 2 rounds of units out of 8 factories. That's 16 units. Times 2 supply, that's 32 supply. 32 supply. If you have 32 more supply after a fight, that can play a big role. A big role. And it actually did play a big role here, because I was able to defend this attack. Otherwise he could have killed this base. I mean, this game is still over because I kill all these gateways and so on, but I think you get the idea. Okay. Yeah, see, I didn't even look at this at all. Like the stasis, the storms on the tanks. I did not even look at this because I was just busy making units. I have a nice big army here, just freshly coming out of the factories because I was macroing while I was attacking. And again, I don't need siege mode. I just have way more than enough units. Okay, and that is the game, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so there was a lot of chat. I saw the chat going, scrolling the whole time while I was watching this replay. Guys, I don't want to scroll through the whole chat again now. If there were any important questions that you have and I didn't see them, please just repeat them now, okay? I'm reading the chat now again. I'm scrolling through a bit, but I can't catch everything that was said during the replay. So please, if you have any important things for me, any questions or so, please say them again in the chat. Why don't you make an academy and comset? Casey Helter, you asked it earlier, but I guess you didn't catch my reply. Good that you are still here and asking again. So the answer is yes, I actually do that intentionally. Yeah, no problem. So I'm usually a Protoss player. I'm a bit higher level usually. I'm just doing this here, what I'm doing here as a Terran, because I want to make a video on YouTube. I did that already for Protoss, now I'm doing it for Terran. I do a video where I just want to show that on the lower ranked levels, I made an account which is a bit lower ranked, like below 1.5k. I want to show that below 1.5k MMR, macro is so far the most important thing you can do, and you don't need to focus on anything else except macro. Just macro. Don't get supply blocked, make workers, make units all the time, and spend your money. That's the basic thing of the video. It actually was very well accepted and very liked video for the Protoss. I want to do the same for Terran, and I want to make it very beginner friendly, so you don't need any game knowledge at all. No build orders, no micro, no harassment, no micro intensive stuff like mines, for example. I'm not using any mines. And also, as you see, no scouting. So I'm intentionally not doing an academy and comset and scanning all the time because it could take away from the attention that you need for perfect macro. And I know that scanning is an important thing to do, but in my opinion, if you're not 1.5k MMR, you should not worry about that. You can do that once you reach the higher levels of MMR. It's definitely needed. It's definitely important to use scan and to have build orders and so on. But I want to make this video for beginners of StarCraft so that they can see macro is so much important. And if you have good macro, you can easily, with 70 APM, you can easily get to 1.5k MMR without knowing anything about the game. That's the point. And yes, so I'm doing it intentionally. Okay. I think this game is ready to be filed away. Brain reject, yeah. I can see, guys, I can see why some people are annoyed by me repeating myself so often and yeah, just mentioning that macro is important. It is indeed, by the way. I can see that some of you are annoyed by that, but I have seen too many people that are lower ranked, that just began playing StarCraft, or they are sitting in 1.2k MMR for 1 year or so. And I told them, you need to improve your macro. I see replays from them, I see macro, your macro is too bad. You have to improve your macro, nothing else. They say, yeah, I know, but you know, I saw this nice build order that Bisu did. I think if I do that, I can improve as well. No. If you don't have good macro, no, a build order will give you nothing. So because some people are sadly like that, they don't believe me, they don't trust me. I know I'm not a pro gamer, so yes, people don't have to trust me, people don't have to believe me. Thanks a lot, Brainer Jack. Come home soon, signed at Brothers. I will talk about that very soon. So I really don't expect people to blindly believe me when I say macro is the most important stuff. So that's why I'm showing this replays. I'm going over the details. I'm showing how much it helps. And yes, some people still don't believe it, so I have to repeat myself very often and show it so often so that it's super clear even for the last unbelieving noob or beginner of StarCraft. I want so that everyone who watches my video understands it. Okay. I completely agree with you. That's good. Nice. Yeah, Braino Jack. I'm very, very thankful for the €5. I really appreciate it. Thanks a lot to your message. Yes, the reason I'm doing this right now, I want to do these games so I can put them in the video. I want one good macro game for every matchup, for TVZ, TVT, TVP. I will take this one that I just played against Protoss. Then I just need one for Terran. I just need one for Zurich. Then I have my games for the video. Back to Protoss. I'm actually very motivated to play Protoss again. So yes, I just want to finish up this Terran project, this video. I want to have the games. I want to release the video, be done with it, and then play Protoss again and reach my A rank. Asriel, the only thing that scares me about just macroing and not learning build order is that you start to forget to macro when you start learning build order. If you forget to macro, it's not... I don't know the perfect English words for that, but it's not like... I would just use the word. I'm not sure if it exists. If it's not ingrained in your head, it's not in there enough. If you forget it, it must be always in your head when you're playing StarCraft that you have to macro. And if it's not, you have not practiced your macro enough. Internalized. Yeah, could be. By the way, hi Inkjet. Nice to see you here. I'm curious what MasterReY's opinion is about that. Okay, so yeah. You know, my advice to you, if you reach this 1.5k MMR, you have decent macro, and you want to get to the next level, you want to advance from 1.5k MMR higher. Yeah, it's time to start looking at some build orders, but don't learn too many build orders. In the beginning, you should only learn a single build order per matchup. So you learn one build order per matchup. You practice that all the time while still having the top priority of everything on your macro. So whenever you have a build order, and for example it's saying at 28 supply you have to make a Nexus, okay? The build order is probably coming from a pro gamer who maybe optimized his mineral pathing, the pathing of the workers. He never was supply blocked before. He made every worker all the time. He actually has a little bit more minerals than you have when you're making the build order. It happens. He's a pro gamer, you're not. So he has the 400 minerals for the Nexus while still making 2 goons in his gateways. If you don't have it, if you have, let's say, 400 or let's say 500. You have 500 minerals, but you have not started those goons that he did. Start those goons. And if you have 28 supply, and then you have only like 300 minerals, and you can't make the nexus because you don't have the 400, and your probe is finishing in your nexus, build another probe. Don't just focus on making that nexus at 28 supply and don't make a probe because of that. Don't do it. Just make the probe, then it's 29 supply and you're making the nexus. It's fine. You don't need to follow the build order like every single detail perfectly. It really does not matter. What matters is constant macro. And the build order is like a rough guideline. What's the order? You know, actually, people are talking about build orders. I'm not even sure if some people actually look at the words build order. It's literally the order of the buildings, of when you build something, or the units as well. It's the order. You don't have to check every single second that everything is correct. You don't have to have the perfect same supply than the pro gamer every time. It's the order of the stuff that matters. If the pro gamer is doing the 2 gateways, then a pylon, then a robo, then a pylon, then a nexus, that's the order you follow. And if the supply is slightly different from the pro gamer, that's fine. You don't need to follow the build order that detailed, you know? It's just the order. Just follow the order as a rough guideline, but still have the top priority as your macro. So there was a follow, yes, there were actually 2 follows. I have them here. So thanks a lot Shoelace, and thanks a lot Epoch Knights. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. If you have any questions, any feedback, put them in the chat. As you can see, I'm always reading, and yeah, I'm always replying to everyone. So thank you again. Okay, I think we have everything, right? We have talked enough about everything, about all your questions and all the concepts of macro and so on. I think it's time for another game. But I have to say, it's unbelievably hot in here. it's crazy hot. You know, I have this big light there. There's a big softbox, a big light. And my room is kinda small. And I have 2 monitors running. And I can't open the window because the light is making a wall, a corner of my room very bright and white. So insects will come in if I open the window. But I actually cannot stand it anymore. I will literally die if I keep streaming like this. It's incredibly hot. I have to open the window. If there are some insects coming in, I don't care. It's incredibly hot. So be right back. 10 seconds. Okay, a bit more than 10 seconds because I still got something to drink as well. Ah, my camera. No. Yeah, I got some water too, like a noob. Let's go. Okay, we got a game. Let's hope it's a Zerg or Protoss. Terran. Oh my god, I already reached 1.5k again. Man. Okay, but we have a Terran. Let's see. I don't see the MMR. I hope he's like 1.5k. If somebody could check, that would be nice. Oh my god, the game is lagging so hard. If the game is lagging so hard, I'm not putting it in the video anyways. So I will just leave. I will literally just leave if it's laggy.
I read you. Reporting for duty.
Not laggy at all. Let's see what the turn rate is saying. Yeah, okay. So sad. Okay, we have 3 insects so far. Inkjet printer, are you gonna do this for Zerg 2? All Zerg players I meet, they say 1 billion APM. Yeah? 100% yes. So, I'm searching the game, but I will talk about this. The initial reason why am I doing this project, why I started this for Protoss as well, the initial reason was people saying you need 150 APM to be good at the game. For like 1.5k you need 150 APM at least. Okay, let's... Okay guys, you know what? We will not count this game. He's too bad anyways.
Orders received.
I will just cheese him. I don't want to lose more APM because then I get weaker opponents. I want to win this game, but I don't want to take it in the video, so
Not enough
I will
minerals.
actually
Not enough
just
minerals.
cheese him very quickly. I'm at 1.5k right now. So I'm just talking about this. I'm trying to win this game by cheesing while talking. I will probably fail, but it doesn't matter. So the reason why I started this was because people said you need at least 150 APM to reach 1.5 kmh. So meanwhile, I reached S rank with 130 APM. So
Reporting for duty.
that is the initial thing why I started this. I even called it APM challenge in the beginning, where I said I can easily show you guys I can reach 1.5k MMR with 70 APM. 70 APM for 1.5k MMR. And that's what I did. That was the initial plan for the video. But because I talked about what is important, what are the important actions to focus on. If you only want to use 70 APM, you have to think about what actions are important and which actions are not important. So this whole thing developed into macro is the most important thing, and you should use all of your actions. If you don't have many APM, you should use them on macro. That's the most important thing. And then this whole thing developed here. So that was the initial thought, the APM discussion.
Additional supply depots required.
So I 100% agree that Terran and Zerg need more APM than Protoss. Okay, so for everyone out there ready to fight, because I say Terran and
Additional
Zerg
supply depots
doesn't need
required.
APM or doesn't need hype APM. Yes, Terran and Zerg need higher APM than Protoss. Yes. But the thing is, the same concept still applies. You don't need many APM. I need 70, or I didn't even need 75. I needed like 65 APM for 1.5k. Let's say you need more as Terran, for example. or as Zerg, let's take Zerg. You need more APM as Zerg. Then let's say you need 80 APM instead of 65, okay? You need 80 APM as Zerg. But it's still 100% lower than what people think you need. People would think you need like 180 APM to reach 1.5k MMR. It's crazy. No, you don't even need half of that. So what I want to show is
Additional supply
you can do
depots
very
required.
low APM and still reach 1.5k by just focusing on macro. So that's the thing.
Good to go, sir. Orders
Additional
received.
supply depots
Um,
required. Additional supply depots required.
Orders, Captain. Standing by. Go, go.
so yeah, yes, you need more APM as Zerg, but you still don't need 100. You need less than 100 for Zerg to reach 1.5k. And yes, I will prove it in a video.
Go, go, go.
Hi. Hello. 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 Hello.
Additional supply depots required.
I need additional supply depots.
Rock and roll. Orders, Captain. Can I read you? Checked up and good to go. Reporting for duty.
Supply depots. Let's build some supply depots. We need supply depots.
Give me something to shoot. Give me something to shoot. Commander. Outstanding. Give me something to shoot. Job finished. Commander. Go, go, go. Roger that. Give me something to shoot. Commander. You want a piece of me, boy? Job finished. I read you.
Not enough minerals.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Reporting for duty. Go, go, go. You want a piece of me, boy? SCV good to go, sir. Orders received. Go, go, go. Reporting for duty. Give me something to shoot. Orders, Captain. You want a piece of me, boy? Go, go, go.
Please don't sneak a probe out. Oh, he's actually getting cannons. Holy shit.
Let's move.
What?
Reporting for duty. Go, go, go. You want a piece of me, boy? Let's move. Outstanding. Go, go, go.
Ah, why is he not leaving?
Standing by. Jacked up and good to go. Yes, sir. Commander. Go, go, go. Let's move. Jacked up and good to go. You want a piece?
So I just wanted to finish this game quickly so that I can get to the next one, which will hopefully be a good macro game against a better player. He was 1.2k. I can't put a game against a 1.2k player in the video. I need at least like a 1.4 player to show that it's easy to reach 1.5k. I cannot show that it's easy to reach 1.5k if I'm playing against 1.2k players. I hope you understand. Wait, what? What, guys? No, I can't accept it. I cancelled my search. There is actually talking about some software, some weird third-party programs that you run your replay through in my stream? Really? And then I don't know what is used today in my stream? Let me introduce you to the best replay analyzing software for StarCraft Remastered. Completely developed by scratch, inspired by the wonderful Brood War chart. Here comes the wonderful SCR chart. Like this. That's what you use today. This is what is used today. What did I step into? I don't want to scare you, okay? FWEFEW1. Don't be scared. I'm just acting a bit here. But to be serious here, I'm the developer of the software that you currently use for analyzing replays. So this is the software. You can check the link below the stream. It's called scrchart, scrchart.com to download the newest version. And here you have a nice collection of all of your replays. And you can see all of your replays in a super nice list. I have like 10k replays here. You can filter them by player. Let's see. What player do you know? Any good player? Bonneth, okay? We can see all my games against Bonneth. Yeah. We can also filter by matchup. Let's see only PVTs. Let's see all PVTs on Fighting Spirit. We can do all of this shit here. It's very easy to do. You can use all the filters. And yeah. See, all the games against SPX on Fighting Spirit, or on any maps with fight in the name, and PVT, and I see them. I see all the PVTs against with SPX on Fighting Spirits, so I can really easily find replays very quickly here. And if I click on the replay, first of all, in the right-click menu, you have a lot of options to show the replay in your file explorer. You can rename them, you can copy some information to the clipboard, you can export to text file, Excel file, whatever. You can do a lot here. And if you double click it, you see the chat, you see the buildings, units, upgrades, APM graphs, everything is there, hotkeys, you see the map, which is always bugged like this. I can't change it. Yeah, so this is it. You see some effective APM calculation here, so not only APM but also effective APM, which is still too high in my opinion, but yeah, I have not worked on the algorithm. Yeah, so but that's my little story about what third-party software you use to run your replays through. Okay, and now let's search for the game again. What's this nice? This software, why I didn't know SCR-Chart? I don't know, man. But we have another game. Against someone called Nakla. He's probably German. And he's sadly another Protoss. I have a Protoss game already. So we have to cheese again.
Not enough minerals.
Oh, wow, he's actually a viewer on my stream here. I saw this name earlier, yes. Was it like Nakla _S or so, I think, in the Twitch chat? Well,
not enough minerals.
You don't have to leave. I can leave as well. It's fine. I can't be too high. Okay, this is actually a very good MMR, but I don't want to get super high. But yes, thanks a lot, Nakla. If we meet again, I will leave, okay? I will search now, okay? So if you want free MMR, you can search again. But if you want to see me against Protoss or Zerg, then don't search. This is not good rating. You're under the starting point. No, don't get it wrong. This video, what I'm doing here, it is about showing beginners of StarCraft how to reach 1.5k. So I started at like 1.3k or so. And I just want to show that it's easy to win games by macroing against roughly 1.5k MMR. That's what I'm trying to achieve here. So this is a good MMR to show this. Okay, we got another game against a Terran. Okay, this is a very perfect MMR. So this is exactly below 1.5k. If you beat this player, you have completed the 1.5k MMR. This is what we want.
Not enough minerals.
By the way,
Not
my
enough
actual
minerals.
MMR
Not enough
is
minerals.
around 2k with Protoss. But I'm doing this for a
Not
video
enough
here.
minerals.
Okay, so again, I will start to comment a lot.
SCV good to go, sir.
This time we have a Terran opponent. But we do the same thing that we did against Protoss. We are doing 2 factory into expansions into more factories. That's our build order.
Orders, Captain? I read you.
We try to never get supply blocked. I think in last game I
Not
actually
enough minerals.
managed to not get supply blocked until like 170 APM or so. That was pretty good.
Not enough minerals.
Let's try to get the same here.
SCV good to
I'm
go,
doing,
sir.
for anyone who's wondering, I'm doing 2 factory because I think it's the easiest, safest, yeah, most basic build you can do. I know there are like 1 factory builds with fast expansion and so on, but I want to make this for the very beginners of StarCraft or players that are below 1.5k.
Minerals.
And for them, I think it's not good
enough
to
minerals.
actually have
SCV good to
specific build orders that are not super safe. To get like a fast expansion, you can easily die to a 3-gate all-in by Protoss. And it's too hard for newer players. I think it's like 2 factory. I'm not even using it to attack. I'm just getting 2 factories to literally have units to not die. That's it. That's my build order. So I think for that, 2 factories before expansion is like the most all-around basic thing you can do.
I read you. Reporting.
I'm also not getting 2 factories super quickly.
Orders, Captain? I can't build there. Yes, sir.
I'm just getting another factory when I have the money.
Finished. Orders, Captain?
So we are making units. I will scout. I think the map was Reap the Storm.
SCV good to go, sir.
So I'm making stuff here in my barracks and in my thing. I have a supply depot building. Everything is good. Okay, wow, he's actually cheesing me.
Depots is under attack.
I read you.
Maybe not, we'll see. But I'm spending my money. I don't focus on this now. I don't try to micro this, go out of my ramp. I just make sure I have stuff building all of my production facilities. Here, my command center, my barracks. And I spend my minerals and I don't get supply blocked. Those are the things that I need to do. Not try to go out and micro him or whatever. This isn't important. If I just continuously make units, I hold it easy.
Affirmative.
Very easy.
Not
So
enough
here,
minerals.
make the next SCV, make the next Marine. Don't forget to make SCV in such a rush. Here I'm not even microing. Not even microing. I just make units. Well,
SCV good to go, sir.
well, yes, okay. So this game doesn't make it into the video anyways. This was a stupid cheese. And yes, I know in most TVTs you usually don't get that many Marines. Sometimes you only get 1 or 2. I know all of this. And yes, I scouted them early. And yes, that's why I was able to make more Marines than usual. But the whole point that I'm trying to make here is, if you just make units all the time out of your production facilities, it doesn't matter what you do, what build order you do, what the build order opponent is doing, you just win games. That's it. And yes, the only like game knowledge thing that I will apply here is I will get factories and make mech units. And once I have factories, I'm not making more Marines. Once I started my factory or so, I don't make more Marines. That's like the only knowledge I use. I don't use any other knowledge. No mines, no scans, no harassments, no jobs, nothing. Intentionally. I know all of those things are important if you want to go higher than 1.5k, but so many people are struggling to even reach 1.5k. And I'm showing that you can reach 1.5k by literally just macroing and not caring about anything else. Okay, we have a next game here. Anti-fraud. Okay, only 1.3k. Let's see. I hope we still get a good game. I will take it. If I have a good game against the Protoss, and I hope I get a good game against the Zerg. So if one of the 3 games is versus a slightly lower ranked player, which is not 1.5k, I think it's forgivable. It's fine. We can analyze the replay in the end and see how big the difference is, because I just macroed. And for anyone saying this doesn't count, if you're not 1.5k, don't tell me you have never lost to a 1.3k before. And yes, you might have some reason like, yeah, but he did a total stupid cheat, or yeah, but I forgot to make my
Not enough minerals.
armory. Stuff like that, you know?
Not enough minerals.
Well, if you practice your macro and you only focus on macro and you have perfect macro, this will never happen. Well, there's a big insect in my base here, in my room. Okay, I need to close the window again. 1 second. Don't do other stuff before you have everything making. Spend your minerals and then you can close your windows. Spend your minerals.
Not enough minerals.
Make sure you have an SCV building. I can queue up one more. And send this to the minerals, and then you can close your windows. Okay. And next SCV. Perfect. We also need the gas here. Damn, I always see this chat scrolling. I want to read it so bad, but I want to focus on perfect macro as well. So I'm actually pushing my APM. I should stop clicking all the buildings all the time. There's literally nothing to do right now.
SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain. Job's finished. Orders, Captain. Orders, Captain. Orders,
We don't need to scout. It's a 2-player map. We know where he is. We don't need to scout.
Roger that.
We are not... We don't apply any game knowledge. We just macro. So scouting is useless here. I don't want to scout what he's doing and adapt my build or so. I just want to show that if you just macro all the time, it doesn't matter what builds you and your opponent are doing. So I'm not scouting.
You want a piece of me, boy?
I'm just making
Not
units all the
enough
time.
minerals.
Marines building all the time.
SCV good to go,
SCVs
sir.
building all the time. I need to get another depot, so I don't get supply blocked very soon, and I make
Not
more
enough minerals.
Piece of me, boy.
more units.
SCV good to go, sir. Commander. Go, go, go.
Okay, and we have units building. We have a building. We have some building here. We have a unit building here, and we still have a lot of minerals. So now we can add another building.
Not enough minerals.
Go, sir. Orders, Captain.
Okay, I will stop making marines now.
Not
Our
enough
factory is done.
minerals.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. SCV good to go, sir.
Ah, we need depot very soon. Look at the supply. Make units. Make units. Look at your supply. Make units. Now I will not make a unit, but the machine shop. And supply. Yeah, I will instantly start another one when this one is done. Should be alright. Always make SCVs. Get another supply because you soon need some, because you can use the factory.
SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain. Orders received.
Add-on complete.
Okay, so we have 2 factories building units, we have our command center building units, we have a supply depot queued up, all perfect. We still have some minerals left. So those minerals we'll use to build another command center. I will build another depot first, and of course make sure I have units building here and here, everywhere. Another tank as well. Another SCV. Always make units. And once you have units building everywhere, and then you have 400, then you can make the expansion. You don't make the expansion and cut units because of it.
Alright, bring it on.
Yes, I know the gas is accumulating. It's a bit too high.
Orders received.
But those are not the details you should care about if you're below 1.5k.
SCV good to go, sir. Alright.
So, I think now I have everything building here, all queued up.
I read you.
Maybe one more SCV, and now I can make a command center, I think.
SCV good to go, sir. I read you.
This one is blinking, this one is blinking. Yeah, command center, and now we can make the next vulture.
Not enough minerals.
Yeah, there was like half a second not making anything. That's fine. So, especially against Terran, positioning of units is actually important. Okay?
Yes, sir. Alright.
Oh, I forgot the depot. But what I wanted to say, I will intentionally not use my tanks in strategic positions to have map control and everything. I will not do that because that again takes attention away. So I'm supply blocked, I cannot make another unit, I spent my minerals anyways.
Orders, Captain.
Here I cannot make this SCV because I'm supply blocked, so that's a very bad mistake.
Roll out.
But soon, now I have supply again, bam, bam. And here another one,
Add-on complete.
bam.
I read you.
Now we need another supply very soon as well, so... But before that, I produce another SCV. Always have
Not
stuff
enough
building.
minerals.
Now we get the depot.
Orders, Captain.
And we have no minerals, we can send this to... Yeah, to the minerals. We don't need to build another thing to spend, because we still have
Ready to roll out.
production buildings to use. Oh, my expansion is done. Okay.
SCV good to go, sir. I'm finished.
Okay, let's group our hotkeys. 1, 2. And send our SCVs to the expansions. Make sure you have units building everywhere. Like this. You have SCVs building, you have your
Not
depot
enough
building.
minerals.
Okay, everything good, money is spent. I will get armory at some point. And I will also get an eBay at some point.
Alright, bring it on.
Unacceptable landing zone.
Build SCV,
SCV good to go.
build units. If you have no gas or not enough for a tank, just get a vulture, it's fine. Just build stuff all the time.
Minerals.
And now I'll make an A move.
SCV good to go, sir.
Well, what is this? Okay, I have to kill this one first. Okay, I have stuff making everywhere.
Bring it on.
Here as well, here as well.
SCV good.
And now I can spend my minerals on something else. We can get the gas here. We can get an eBay here. More SCVs.
Bring it on, sir. Yes.
And now I A move my units. Too bad.
SCV good to go, sir.
Okay, I still have money. I just made units everywhere. I still have a lot of money. Because we have an expansion now, I have actually more income than before, so I have more money.
Bring it
I build more factories. See, I have units building everywhere anyways. See?
Not enough minerals.
Orders, sir. All right, bring it on.
Okay, I re-rally, I build more units.
SCV good to go,
I
sir.
re-rally my stuff.
Yes, sir.
Additional supply depots required.
Oh, supply blocked again.
I read you. Affirmative.
And my eBay didn't build.
Orders, Captain.
So now again, I cannot make units, so just spend your money anyways.
Roger that.
Here, get the upgrades, get everything.
Affirmative.
But make sure you spend your money. You can build a machine shop here. You can get, I don't know, another depot. Maybe starports.
I read you. Right away, sir. Job finished.
And now we have supply again. Now we can make units. And only after all of this, only after we started our next units and so on, then we actually move our army. Not before. Make sure you only watch your base all the time. You make units everywhere and then you can start thinking about your army. So here I'm making units
Not enough
really
minerals.
everywhere. We can add some Goliaths now because we have an armory.
Not enough minerals.
Our SCVs are building
Orders, Captain.
one supply depot and now we move our army.
Delighted to, sir.
I'm building everything. Supply depots building everything is fine in our base. I move a bit. I go back to my base.
I read you.
SCVs to SCVs. Spend my money on my factories. Just get whatever. Vultures, Goliaths. Okay, and now we can move our army again.
Depots required.
Let's see. Oh, I have no siege, by the way. It's fine, it's fine. No siege.
Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty. SCV good to go, sir.
Not enough minerals.
Oh, look. We just have so much more. Okay, we lose the fight, it's fine.
Good to go, sir. All right.
As long as we are making units everywhere, we are still ahead anyways. We just have better macro. We don't even need to look at the rest of the fight. We just spent our minerals.
SCV good to
So the whole army just died, okay?
finish. Yes, sir. Job finished.
But it's fine.
Yes, sir.
I have supply depots. I have a lot of supply. I don't need more. But what I need is more units in my factories.
Goliath online.
And more SCVs.
Not enough minerals.
God damn it.
Ready to roll out. Identify target.
And now I have so much money left, even after making units, I can get another base. Wonderful.
Good to go, sir. Reporting for duty. I read you, sir.
What is... Okay, more units.
SCV good to go, sir.
What can this one do? Ah, we don't need anything here. Waste it. More factories. We have stuff building everywhere. Our command centers, our factories are all making units. We can queue up some more here. And now we add the factory.
Minerals.
We add another
Not
factory.
enough minerals.
Online.
And all good. Okay, we group our units again. 1, 2, 1, 2, and 3.
Go, sir. Yes, sir.
1, 2, 3, and make units again. Don't forget to make units. See, I have units making all the time. This is what's important. Oh, we need more depots very soon. Always check the depot. Whenever you make units, after making units, check your supply. And build depots. It's okay to build too many depots.
Good to go, sir.
It's so much worse to be supply blocked. Okay, I have 3 control groups of units. 1, 2, 3.
Your forces are under attack.
Let's see. I'm sieging a bit. Oh, I still have no siege. Well, that's a problem, but it's okay. We make more units in our base. We don't need to watch the fight.
Gas. Not enough minerals.
It's fine. We don't need to watch the fight at all when we have no units building. We need to make sure we have units. And we spend our money. And we make SCVs. And we use our command center and fly to the expansions. More depots. We don't need more depots right now. Oh, and look, we almost won the fight here. It was actually good. And now we have another army.
SCV good to go, sir.
Do we have units building everywhere?
SCV good to go, sir.
Insufficient Insufficient Vespene
Now we
gas.
do.
Orders, Captain.
Goliath
So we can use this expansion now.
Right away, sir. Bring it on. Roger that.
Okay,
Destination. Proceeding.
Research
I'm
complete.
hotkeying my army again.
SCV good to go,
systems
sir.
functional.
I'm making more units.
Goliath online.
Roger that.
Your forces are under attack.
Bring it on.
Target designated.
Job's finished.
Make more units. Make more units. Don't stop making units. Never stop. Spend your minerals.
Reporting for duty.
I just killed his units. Oh,
Your
what does he
forces
have
are
here?
under attack.
Absolutely.
Online.
Okay, and we have 2 control groups of units again. Wonderful. Let's A move. And we still have money. Let's add some more factories and maybe another command center.
Your forces are under attack.
Oh, let's A move this. And make units. Don't look at the fight. Just make more stuff.
Not enough minerals.
Spend your minerals.
Your forces
Make sure
are
you have
under
everything
attack.
producing. And look, it's so easy. I just have so much more units. Micro doesn't matter.
Goliath online.
Your forces are under attack.
Okay. So, do we have units milking?
Insufficient Vespene
The answer
gas.
is, of course, yes.
Not
Because
enough
we are going
minerals.
for good macro here. And now we hotkey our units again. 1 and 2.
Yes, sir.
1, 2. A move.
Job's finished. I read you. Bring it on. Yes,
We have money. We make another command center.
bring it on.
We make more
Not
units.
enough
Do we have
minerals.
units building everywhere? Yes, everything is blinking. No, this one is not. Okay.
Ready to roll out.
Let's see. Bam. Okay, I have 2 control groups here. Now this is the 3rd control group. Okay, 3 control groups of units. Let's make 1 more round of units because we have money. And now we focus on Zami again. 1, 2, 3. A move. Don't look at the fight. Make sure, for example, this command center is done. Let's fly it to the expansion. Let's make more units. Don't look at the fight.
Not enough minerals.
Look how much army I have. It's crazy. I never microed. I literally ran into sieged tanks without siege mode into a bunker in the beginning. I let everything die intentionally. Twice. I got crushed in 2 fights by just wasting my units away. But I still have so much more. And my APM, yes, again, I know he was not the best player, but wait, no, actually, he was 1.3k, right? Yeah, so not the best player, but I think still, I think a lot of you guys are not super much higher than 1.3k maybe that you're watching right now. So I think this should still be a good game for you. Yeah, I did like, I got supply blocked a bit, but I still did very decent macro with 73 APM. And I actually clicked my buildings a lot. I was actually making clicks that I didn't need. But I still only have 73 APM. So let's watch the replay and see what we have here. So I'm analyzing this replay and then I go to the chat again and reply to some questions. So let's look at the game again. I mean, if you have watched the TVP already, you know what I will say. You know what you have to look out for by analyzing this replay. The first thing you always look at is the worker count, okay? I will speed it up a bit. So the beginning is, yeah, just make sure you are making SCVs all the time. You can see I'm doing that. and there's not much happening. He's also doing it actually, so he's doing a fine job so far. The Protoss player that I played earlier, he was down 3 workers at this point. And he was 1.5k, 1.6 almost, right? Okay, so yeah, you can see, okay, he just did it. So here you can see he had 400 minerals, 450 almost, and he just started the command center. Okay, he literally just started it. So he did save up to 400 minerals to make the expansion. Okay, it's a fine choice. I prefer, if you're still like a beginner, if you're below 1.5k, I would suggest getting 2 factories to be safe against cheeses or so. Just get 2 factories. It's the safest all-around build. But what he's doing is fine, as long as he's making workers. Let's look at this. Also, there are 2 workers sitting here. Okay, he just sent them, and he's starting Nether. Okay, so he's doing a fine job. I don't want to criticize him too much. It's totally fine what he's doing. So he missed like 1 SCV. You can see the worker count is 1 in my favor, almost 2 now. But it's still okay. So constantly making units. I totally forgot my siege. Doesn't matter. If I have double the unit count, it literally does not matter. And again, guys, some of you might know me, and I'm like a 2k MRR player as Protoss. But what I'm showing here, what I'm playing here, there's no game knowledge, no micro, nothing. This, what I'm doing here, are the most basic things, and they are not hard to do. If you watch this replay, you see, like, I'm literally not doing any difficult things. I'm just clicking my buildings, I'm clicking through my buildings all the time, and make sure I press that unit button. That's it. And getting depots, I guess. Those 2 things. That's not difficult, and it doesn't matter what MMR I'm usually at. It does not matter. This can literally be done by everyone. If you show StarCraft to a friend who never played StarCraft before, and let's say he spends maybe a week to check the hotkeys, to learn the hotkeys a bit and so on, he can do that. This is literally just clicking the 3 buildings that I have to produce units, 3 buildings, pressing the unit button and get the depot once in a while. Everyone can do that, even if he never played StarCraft before. This is not hard. Okay, so you can see the worker count is already 4 in my favor now. But here's an expansion, so he can actually catch up if he has good worker production. Let's see. Yeah, I'm still getting more ahead. Even on 1 base, I'm actually getting more ahead in worker count, despite him having 2 bases. That's it. That's why he's losing and I'm winning. It's really that easy, guys. It's really that easy. Look, you can see the supply. I'm actually 20 supply ahead at 8 minutes, despite him having a much earlier expansion. Okay? Yeah, now he did this thing. He killed some SCVs. I still have more. It's fine. Oh, this is so perfect. This is perfect. Let me rewind a bit. Oh, it's so beautiful, this game. Oh no, my StarCraft is crashing. I wanted to rewind and my StarCraft is crashing. What? I never saw this before. I never had this before. Okay, guys, 1 second. Need to restart. But this is perfect. I remember the time. It was 9 minutes. I will just cut this out of the video. Don't need to waste time of the viewers. I never had StarCraft crash before by by rewinding or fast forwarding a replay. Okay, 9 minutes. Okay, so we are... No. It was 8 minutes or what? Okay, so this is a perfect example, guys. We take a look. Let's pretend I'm a caster of a program right now, okay? So we are looking at this. This is where the action is, okay? Wow, there's a hidden factory in the base. Will he see it or will he not see it? Oh, he might barely see it. I don't know. I actually did see it. I'm wondering why I'm not. Maybe when this is... Wait a second. Anyway, so... Wow, this hidden expansion, so important, so nice. Maybe he can kill some SCVs, maybe he can get ahead with that move, so it's so nice, so important. So you know what's happening right now? This is happening. This is happening. This is happening, okay. This is happening. This is happening. There at the top, this is happening. Okay? Those are the important things that are happening. This is the most important thing in this game right now. This one doesn't matter. Let him kill 5 SCVs. He, in the moment he is doing that, he's focusing so much on that he's not making SCVs in 2 of his command centers. He could make like 2 SCVs in the timings where he was harassing here. He could make 2 SCVs in each command center. That's a total of 4 SCVs. 4 SCVs. He's killing himself. He's killing 4 SCVs of himself with this harassment. This harassment is killing himself 4 SCVs. This is how you have to think about this stuff. I'm making SCVs. You see? I don't care if this harassment kills some. He is not making them. He is killing his own SCVs right now. Look at the minerals. So let's see. He did kill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so he did kill 5 SCVs, yeah? 5. Look at these minerals. It's crazy. 700 minerals. Still not making workers. I think it's actually 3 workers. Maybe 2, maybe 3. So 4 or 6 workers he's killing himself. He's killing 5 of mine, but killing 4 or 6 of himself right now. Don't do this shit if you can't keep up the macro while doing it. This is not a good thing to do if you are a lower ranked player. Only if you perfected your macro and can keep up all of your unit production during such things, you will actually become a better player. And not if you don't do it. If you don't do the macro while you're doing this, you will not improve as a player. It does not matter how perfect your harassment is. You have to macro. That's more important, always. Again, I will answer all the chat after the game. After the replay. Okay. So, let's see. After all of this, remember, he has a way earlier expansion. And he killed 5 of my SCVs. Let's take a look at the big picture of the game. I'm ahead 6 SCVs. I'm ahead 50 supply at 9 minutes, guys. Can you believe that? I'm literally almost doubling his supply at 9 minutes. Despite him having an earlier expansion and killing my SCVs. This is a perfect example, really. So, now, to show you that macro is still the most important stuff, I will throw away all of my army. Just like that. I throw away this whole army to show you it doesn't matter, I just make another one and still have more. So let's take a look at this fight, because I have not looked at this fight during the game. I will watch this fight the first time now. And this is how it should be. If you are below 1.5k. Of course, if you want to go higher at some point, yes, you have to micro a bit and look at the fights. But only if you have macro in your main base, in your base, you have production, unit production up. Then you can look at the fight. If not, don't look at the fight, never. So let's see what's happening here. I throw away my whole army against the wall with 5 siege tanks and the bunker. Just like that. I did not focus anything, I literally just A-moved. No siege, no focus. You see, I could easily move forward and focus the 3 tanks, for example. But I'm not doing it. I'm just wasting all of these units. Look, these tanks are shooting the barracks. For no reason at all. Those tanks are literally shooting the wrecks during the fight. It doesn't matter. Okay, so the fight's ended. I have just thrown away my whole army, okay? My whole army. This is important. Because actually, it's not my whole army. This was just the army that I moved out with. But in the whole way, the whole time it spent from traveling from my natural to this natural, I have another army. Let's look at my next army. Look at this. I have more units than he does, despite just throwing away 2 full control groups of units. And I'm still doubling his supply after throwing away my whole army. And, this is insane. Look at this. Look at what's going on here. He has 7 factories, okay? 7 factories. I have 5. Guys, do you understand what's happening here? 5 factories. And I'm doubling his supply with 7 factories. I have 2 less factories, but I'm doubling his supply after throwing away my army. So what he did here, to explain it, what he did here is he built additional factories despite not having units building in his existing factories. This is one of the worst things you can ever do. If you have factories that are not making units, like all of his factories almost, never add another factory. Why would you build another factory if you're not using the ones you already have? What is one more factory is gonna help you? You literally have factories there that you're not using. Why are you making another one? You know? So he spent so much resources in those moments when he should make units out of his 4 factories or whatever. He should make units here, but instead he decided to not spend the resources making these units, but instead spent the resources making 3 additional factories. And that's why he has no units now. because he was not making any units during the fight. Okay, I think with that the game is clear, right? Look. He still has 4 factories not making units. Okay, 3 now, but still. I'm literally still on 5 factories. And I'm completely outproducing him. Because I just make sure to always use those 5 factories. And that's enough. And yes, it's not so bad. You can add 1 or 2 more. But really practice to use the ones you have. That's so important. And here again, I still have no siege mode, by the way. I run into mass siege tanks without siege mode. And I still win the fight because I have so much more units. So this is basically the second time I throw away my whole army. This was like a very bad trade for me. Bye, Lucky Noob, by the way. I saw that you are leaving, so bye and thanks for your support all the time. Yeah, so I just threw away another army. That was a very ineffective trade for me. I mean, I killed a lot of his army, but just because I had so much more. He actually killed more units than I did in that fight. Way more. But still, I have way more supply. And look at the worker count as well. 20 workers. Almost. He's killing some here, but yeah. Now 17. And look, what is this? What is this? Don't do fancy stuff like that. Just macro. Just macro. Look, he again, he is making a command center, but he has no units building. Again, the same problem. Again, the worst thing you can do. Not making units, but building other buildings in those moments. It doesn't matter if you have no factory, your factories are not making units. It doesn't matter if you add more factories, if you add another command center, if you add turrets, if you add, I don't know, armory, starports, science facilities. Doesn't matter. Don't do all of this if you don't have units making. The priority should always be make workers. First priority all the time, make workers. Second priority, make units in all of your other production facilities. So your fighting units, basically. Second highest priority is that. Then after you did that, the third thing you do is check your supply to make sure to not get supply blocked. Whenever you just made a round of units, remember you just made workers, first priority, then you made fighting units, second priority. So you just added a lot of supply. You have to check your supply count and see if you need more supply depots. So that's the third thing you check. You always do these 3 things in order. And if you did all of those things, if you have SCVs making, if you have fighting units making, if you have depots making or you don't need one, and if you then have minerals, the fourth thing you do is spending your mineral for something else. But only then. Only after those other 3 things. Making workers, making fighting units, making depots. If you have all of those 3 things perfect, then you spend your minerals on something else. And you really do that. It's still also important as a fourth priority, but still very important as well. But don't spend your minerals if you can't make units or workers because of it. Okay, and now again I have, after throwing away another army, I still have more to kill him. And that is game. Okay, that is it. Yeah, so Lucky Noob left. Okay, again guys, there's a lot of chat above there. Please, if there was anything directed to me, any questions, any comments you had to the things I say, please say them again now, and I will reply to everything. but I can't always like switch between answering questions and analyzing the replays, because then I have so many breaks between analyzing the replay that it will be, well, I have to cut out a lot, or it's very boring for the viewer of the YouTube videos when he wants to see the analysis of the replay. So go ahead and put your questions in the chat again, please, now, and then I will reply to everything. Slaformet, you have switched to Terran. What about Protoss? No, I have not. Well, okay, technically yes, but only temporarily. Yeah, I will very quickly explain again what I'm doing here. You might have seen my how to reach 1.5k MMR with 75 APM video that I did like a few months ago, like 3 months ago, as Protoss. You might have seen that, or you noticed that. If not, definitely check it out on my YouTube channel. It's basically about helping beginners to reach 1.5k MMR, and I am doing that by showing that you should only focus on macro, because macro is by far the most important thing. So I just show to reach 1.5k MMR with only macroing. No build orders, no harassment, no micro, no dropping, no mines, no game knowledge at all, nothing. Only macro. So I did that as Protoss. It was very well liked, very well received. A lot of people really liked it, and a lot of people messaged me to do the same video for the other 2 races. And that's why I switched to Terran like 2 weeks ago. I never played Terran before, like on ladder, never. Maybe in some 3v3 hunters I did, but never before have I played Terran on ladder. And yeah, I practiced Terran for 2 weeks, and now I'm doing this video, the same video for Terran. So I'm showing that also as a Terran, you can reach 1.5k super easily with super low APM by just macroing without any game knowledge at all. Okay, that's why I switched to Terran. But I will, once the video is done, which will be next weekend, I will switch back to Protoss, and then I will play Protoss a bit, and then in the future I will do the same for Zerg as well. The video. Okay, inkjet printer. Does that method of only macro also work when you're getting cheese? Yes, it totally does. It totally does work, because it only does not work if you are trying to do some build order that I suggest you don't do any build, or like you don't look at some pro gamer build orders. You don't do that. I suggest don't do that if you're below 1.5k. So it works because I'm just getting 2 factories, because it's like if I pretend I know nothing about StarCraft, I don't know that getting a fast expansion could be a good thing. I don't know that. I'm just getting unit production facilities and make units. And then I have 2 factories, for example. So here for this project I chose I would just make 2 factories and then expand. That's like the all-around best build in my opinion for having enough units and getting a normal timed expansion. That's like the expansion is later than what you usually find on ladder, but the build is safer because I have a few more units. And because I have a few more units, because I get 2 factories, and if I'm really making SCVs all the time and I'm making units out of the factories all the time, I will have enough against any cheese against a player below 1.5k. 100%. The only exception is if he really proxy gates me and comes before my first factory is even done or so. Then maybe yes, I could lose the game. But that's the beauty of this whole thing. If you perfect your macro, and let's say you are a 1.2k player, but you practice your macro like I did here, you will so easily win so many games, it will be insane. And if there's one game where you lose to a proxy gate, you just laugh, leave the game, and go the next one and macro your way to victory. Yes, those like insane cheese games can happen once in a while, but at this point you're so much better than your opponents if you do solid macro that you win so many other games that you will shoot up in MMR anyways. Okay, next thing. To be honest, I could do the same thing using only micro. Well, if you're not macroing at all, you have no units to micro, but I know what you mean. But the thing is, beginners, like low rank players, they cannot do the same using only micro, but they can do the same using macro, because macroing is actually not difficult. It's actually way easier than have all the understanding of all the unit mixes and matchups and army battles and positioning. All that can happen where you need to know what micro you want to use in every situation. That is so much harder than actually just pressing your buildings and pressing the unit button. So I think macro is way more important, so that's what I'm focusing on here. Yeah, but yes, I know that you a high level player who has very good micro could do it with micro as well, but that's not the point, because this video is for beginners or for lower rank players. Okay, next thing here, second Seiji. I have been trying this as Protoss, but if I A-move into Siege Terran army, I get destroyed. Don't I need some knowledge about when and where it's safe to aim against Terran? Yeah, so I will assume you watched my video for Protoss that I did, where I actually win a long macro game by just A-moving into Siege tanks. I actually did win that game, but let's say somehow you didn't macro enough and it barely didn't work for you. Then I can tell you, of course, some game knowledge is very easy to gain. Like, you could literally watch 1 or 2 videos, some VODs, you can go on Team Liquid or so. You can actually get some game knowledge in 15 minutes, and then you would be already better compared to what I teach here, basically. But I want to prove that you can do this. You can easily reach 1.5k MMR by doing this. And if you have this perfect macro, then you can get some little game knowledge and even go way higher than 1.5k. So yes, you can do that, but if you really if you really cannot reach 1.5k by only macroing, you're probably doing something wrong. Feel free to send me a replay, but you actually don't need me to analyze a replay. Go into your own replay, go on it, fast forward ×8, fastest ×8, fast forward through the replay, and only click your nexus. And don't look a single fight, don't move your camera, don't move the mouse at all. Check your nexus. I will promise you, you're not making pros all the time. Because if you do, it should not be a problem to reach 1.5k. So you must be something wrong with the macro. Like you're not macroing all the time, probably. But yeah, of course it works. If you're not macroing all the times and you get a little bit of game knowledge to know when not to A-move into siege tanks, then of course you can also improve and win the games. I'm not denying that. It's also a thing you could do. I'm just saying macroing as a base for solid play, even if, especially if you want to go even higher in the ranking, like to 1.8k or so, you need a very good, very good macro as a base, as a solid base to build on. And if you don't have that, if you don't reach 1.5k by only macroing, you don't have that and you should practice it more. And yes, you could go higher with game knowledge, but at some point you will reach a plateau. You will not go higher because your macro is not good enough. So my suggestion is always improve your macro first and then improve additional things like game knowledge. Okay. So if you actually want a actual tip for your problem that is maybe easy to do, again, please practice your macro more. But if you want a quick and easy tip, get some observers, put them in front of the exit of the Terran, and when you see him moving out or so, just right-click the observer on his army or whatever. Just make sure you see the army and just aim with him when he's not sieged. If you can catch him, if you can aim with him when he's not sieged, it's fine. You win the game. So just don't run into a pre-siege Terran army. Just have an observer seeing the army and then aim move when he's not sieged and when he's moving as units. So that's my little quick tip. But you should definitely work on your macro more if you can't reach 1.5k. Thanks for the follow, SMDR Green. Thank you. Okay, so are you a real life teacher, Andy Carton? No, I'm not. I actually enjoy teaching stuff. Yeah, actually I have taught in real life before, but I'm not a real-time teacher. I have taught some. I've taught people who are maybe a bit of an older generation or are just not really familiar with computers. I have taught them how to use a computer. So that's what I did. But in general, I always enjoy helping people and explaining stuff and so on. I really enjoy that. I mean, I guess you can see it here, but yeah, that's it. But I'm not a real life teacher. Okay. Positioning against Terran pushes. So, by the way, guys, for anyone who's waiting for the next game, I'm not playing another game. So just if you don't want to hear me talking or explaining stuff, talking about the questions here, then thanks for watching, and you don't have to stay anymore because there are no more games. I would, of course, appreciate it if you still stay and listen to what I'm saying and watch further. But if you're only waiting for a game, there's no game happening anymore. So then you could leave. Thanks for watching. Yeah, but I'm just going through the rest of the questions here and then I'm stopping the stream for today. Okay, so positioning against Terran pushes, yeah? Here. Yeah, the key, so it is, once you go a bit higher level, above 1.5k, it is in PvT very important to position your army well. That's like I think that's actually the first thing I would learn after having good macro. So I think this is the next important thing for PvT especially. So PvT. So this is a like matchup specific thing. But especially for PvT, I think army positioning and knowing when to attack is actually the next important thing after perfect macro. So I will talk about it. The key to win a fight against the Terran is flanking. Really, that's the most important thing in winning fights against Terran. Flanking and trying to catch the army unsieged. Those are the two things. You only can accomplish that if you see where the army is exactly. So my suggestion to fix this problem that you have is get a lot of observers. I see people with 2 observers and they never build another one. That's not enough. You can't really have too many observers, you know? Yeah, okay. Don't take me literally here. Yes, if you have 20 observers, yes, it's too much, but just get 10 observers. It's fine. They don't cost a lot. You're mainly needing minerals in PvT because you need a lot of zealots and goons. You're not super, like, you're never gas starved in PvT, so just get more observers. Place like 1 at the Terran exit. Try to place 1, like there are multiple exits usually, so place 1 at each exit, maybe 2 or 3 total. Place 2 or 3 more spread around the middle of the map. Get 1 or 2 in your army and get 1 or 2 scouting expansions. So just get a lot of observers. So then if you do that and you can see the Terran army, you can see when it's moving out, for example, you should already have your units positioned so that you can flank him. So there's like 1 main exit from the Terran base when he's like doing his usual camping on 3 bases and then pushing out style. You know where he is leaving his quarter of the map, you know from where he's coming. So already put your units in positions around that exit so that you can flank him when he comes out. So when he comes out, he is unsieged and you know where he is exactly. So then if you have units set up on the left side of that and on the right side of that and I don't know, on the top side of it, depending on where the positions are, on like 3 different sides from where he comes out, and you have observers seeing that, because I just told you place observers at the exits, then you can pounce on him and kill him. So to say it in short again, get observers, see where his army is with that, and position your units ahead of time. Not when he's moving out, but before he's moving out. Positions your units so that you can flank him when he moves out, and that's it. So those 3 things. Observers to get vision, pre-positioning your army for flanking. Those are the 2 main things, basically. Okay, I have some videos on my YouTube channel where I talk about that, but sadly I don't have them as individual videos. They are buried below my 100 videos. We are doing this together, guys, okay? Give me 1 minute, I will show you what's going on and we'll see what I can do, okay? So we go to my YouTube channel. This is my YouTube channel. We go to, I don't know, to search and search for Terran. Let's see. Rising up the ladder as Terran. First full Terran terrain, playing Terran for the first time ever, improving my Terran macro, nice macro PvT. Finally reached S rank. Complaining about 1 push Terrans. This could be a good one. Complaining about 1 push Terrans after last game. Let's check that out, okay? I'm not sure. Maybe it's a good one. I guess I already checked that at some point because someone else asked me before. Why is it not loading? Hello. Come on, YouTube. 30 vultures. Okay, let's see. Do I have it here? Oh, why is YouTube super slow now? I guess I'm complaining about 1 push Terrans. That's not good. Okay, but I definitely have a lot of games where I do this. Let's see. Ah, nah, it's not super good, but you can see. Ah, no, never mind. You can almost not see anything. Give me 30 seconds searching for something. Okay, I think I have it. Yeah, okay, this is a good one. This is a good one. Okay, so look at this. Okay. Typical game. Typical game. Oh, I'm. Wait, let me switch my webcam around. Okay, so this is the perfect example, or it's a good example. So let's pretend like typical situation. Still fit. Terran is in the bottom right. Protoss is in the left. Okay. So what you want to do here, you know, he has his main base, his natural, and probably this as a third. So his army is around this red area. Okay. This is where his army is. So I just said when he's leaving his base, you always want to be able to flank him from as many sides as possible. So let's pretend you're on the left side here. When he's pushing you, he's going this way of this red arrow, usually, okay? And if he's at this point, you basically lost the game. Because here you cannot attack anymore. Here it's very narrow, everything. If he has siege tanks, you will never get to his tanks. Like, if he comes here, the game's lost. So this picture is an extreme example of this big Terran army moving out and killing you with one push. So on this extreme example, on the other maps it's a bit easier, but this extreme example with those positions here, you only have this little area where you can actually flank him when he's moving out, okay? And this area is also very close to his unit, so when he's actually moving out, he's already in this area. So you need to be ready. If you see him moving out and you then start to position your units, he's already here. You have to pre-position your units. So I hope you see the green arrows here. If you pre-position your units, yeah, just do it. Just pre-position your units in around the places that I have here. So if you have one group here, one group here, one group here, one group here, when he's moving out, you can have a nice circle. You can flank him from multiple sides here and probably win the fight. To accomplish that, you need an observer right here. You need to see the moment, maybe here is also okay, but you need an observer around this area where his army is. So that you can see his unsiege and his gathering of his tanks, so then he moves out. You need to see that and be ready to attack him with the groups that you have pre-positioned here in these green arrows. So this is one example. I can see maybe I have another one on another map. I definitely do, but the question is, can I find it in a short amount of time or not? Let's see. I think in the CPL group I had it, but maybe this is already deleted. I'm not sure. Let me just scroll through it like 30 seconds or so. Then I give up if I don't find it by then. I know I have this somewhere. Okay. Looks like I can't find it. Oh. Okay. Okay, I have found it. I just wanted to give up. This is not exactly what I meant, but I think it's a good example. Look at this. Why is it cut off, by the way? Holy shit. How is this? No, never mind, it's not cut off. Okay, so let's look at this situation. The map is Circuit Breaker. The Terran was top left, and he was pushing out from his high ground, which is up here. He was going down the ramp, and he's now here. So, here's the problem. The Protoss in this case, I'm not sure who it was. He's in the top right. He had all his units sitting in front of his bridges in the natural, or in front of his natural, okay? So when he actually saw the Terran moving out his units, he then moved his units out. And then the Terran was already here, and he had all his units on the right side of the Terran. So then he attacked into this, and you can see how this is going. You can see all the goons are on the right side. All the zealots, you can see the zealots here. They're all here on the right side. This makes the game very easy for the Terran. The Terran, the only thing he has to do is press the siege button of his siege tanks and then position all his vultures on the right side, because all of your zealots are coming from the right side. And this fight was such an easy win for the Terran. He completely crushed the Protoss and win the game. So, because he can put all his vultures to the zealots, because they're all coming from one side. You can see even these are coming from here. So these areas are the ones he has to position his vultures, and then he wins the fight. If this Protoss would actually pre-position his units, he would already be here with half of his army, and the other half is here. So then, if the Terran moves out, he can actually attack from this side as well. And you can see the vultures, they can't be everywhere. They can't be here defending the zealots. They can't be here defending the zealots. They can't be here or here defending the zealots. You will get zealots to the tanks, and you will win the fight. So that's important. Pre-position your army so that you can attack the Terran army when it moves out from multiple sides. And for that, you need observers seeing the army. So that's my suggestion to that problem. I think now we have talked enough. Okay, what else do we have? The actual second SciG, just a little thing. It's good that your macro improved, that's good. But if you're not 1.5k, you should improve it more. But you say you suck at unit control. I have to say, unit control only really matters in the beginning of the game, when you only have like 8 units or so. Then unit control really matters. In the late game, when you have big armies, unit control, well, the actual control in the fight does not really matter anymore. Almost. It matters a little bit. But what actually matters the most for your units in the late game is your positioning. Not your control in the fight, but your positioning before the fight. That is way more important. I just showed it against this Terran. It's so important to actually set up flanks. You want to position your armies so that you can flank a Terran army. Against Protoss, you also want to pre-position your army in a good concave. Against Zerg, you always want to move your army so that he can never flank your army, and you can always pick up stray units. So a fight in PvP, for example, can be so important that one unit, one army is actually like in one line, and this other army is running into this line. Even if they have same units, this army that is pre-positioned in a good concave against the coming army will so easily win the fight. It's incredibly how important the positioning of your army is. So you never want to run in with your first group and the fourth group is like 3 screens away. You want to have your army all fighting at the same time. That's the most important part. The actual micro in the fight is not that important. Okay. Do you move zealots through the tanks and then attack? Well, yes, if I actually play on an like on A rank level, yes, I do that 100%. You need to do it, but only really for A rank. Maybe for B rank, but not below that really. Of course, you can do it. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying you don't need it. Definitely, if you think you can do it while still keeping your macro up, then do it, sure. What I do is I try to have my groups. For example, against Terran, I have 5 groups. When I'm max or so, I have around 5 groups, maybe 6. Don't make the mistakes that you have like 3 groups of pure goons and 2 groups of pure zealots, because then your zealots will all come from 1 or maybe 2 sides most. You want to actually have your groups mixed with like a small, like a decent, like 6 zealots, half of the group in each group. So then your zealots are coming from as many sides as possible. So you can flank the Terran army from as many sides as possible, and your zealots will actually get to the tanks because he can't have his vultures everywhere. And you can never do that perfectly, of course. So when it happens that I do have a bigger clump of zealots coming from one side, then I try to take like, I don't know, a part of that, half of it, 2/3 of it, whatever, and try to run it through the tanks. But if I have like the perfect flank setup and I have my zealots distributed to all my control groups evenly, then I don't even really need to run through the tanks. But yes, of course I do it. Of course I do it. When I see I have 5 zealots attacking 1 tank, I will pull 4 away and run to the next tank or to the next 3 tanks or whatever. Okay. I have a question about managing unit hotkeys. Do you add reinforcements to existing unit groups? Or do you start new groups? I add them to existing. That's actually a... Wait, what's going on? There's a... there was a fly on the camera. You know, there's a command. Let's say you have a control group 3. Okay, you have a control group on 3, hotkey 3, which is not full, 5 units in it, and you have more reinforcements and you want to add it to your hotkey group 3. You should do that, that's what I'm doing, but there are 2 ways to do that. You can either select the new units and then press, I think, Control Shift 3, then they get added to the existing group. That's one way, which is maybe slightly the easier way, but I'm doing the other way. I'm selecting my hotkey group, so my group 3. I select it. I have my 5 units selected, and then I shift select. I press shift, select the other units. So I have 12 units selected. So my reinforcements, I shift select them in addition to my hotkey group 3, and then I just make controls 3 again. So I have, I basically overwrite my hotkey group 3 with my old hotkey group 3 plus the reinforcements. But you could also just press like Control Shift 3 when you have only the reinforcements selected, and then they get added to the existing group as well. So that's your choice basically. It's preference. I know like some players are doing that way, some players are doing the other way. That's your choice basically. But yes, you should always, in my opinion, fill up your existing groups. Otherwise, if you have like many groups with only 4, 5, 6, 7 units, you will have like 8 control groups if you're maxed. That's not going to work. Like you will be too slow to attack with your whole army at once. If you have 8 control groups, when you A move all of them, your first group will already be at the opponent, and your ace group, you have not even touched them. So that doesn't work. You want to have all the hotkey groups filled so you can have fewer control groups, so you can A move your whole army faster. Okay. Because I start with 4 or 5 good clean unit groups, but then I struggle to keep them full. Yeah. So whenever I'm working on something, when I want to improve something, again, macro most important, I always have to repeat it. But if you want to practice a specific thing, like for example managing your hotkey groups better, play some games and only focus on that. Like focus on having your hotkey groups perfect. And you will probably lose games because of that. Because you're neglecting other more important stuff, but you're practicing this one specific thing. You're neglecting other more important stuff and you will lose the game because of that. But you will get better at that one specific thing. So then when you play normal again, it will be better overall. So yeah, that's how I do it. I try to have that one thing that I practice. I want to do it. I focus on it only in 5 games or so in a row. Try to do it perfectly and hope that I still have it at a decent level when I'm playing normal again with focusing on macro and so on. Okay. I'm always on the same unit on one hotkey. Gotta fix that up. You mean the pure goon groups and the pure zealot groups. Yeah, it's difficult because, for example, in PvT, you in the beginning you only make goons. Like let's say you build 24 goons in the beginning, and then once you get zealot speed and so, then you add mass zealots. Yeah, but yeah, especially goons to clear mines. I know that. Yes, I have always 11 goons and 1 observer in my first group and clear mines. Yeah, maybe that's okay, but the rest should really be mixed, like equally mixed. It definitely helps because really, if your zealot's only coming from one way, from one flank, the Terran really just moves his vultures to that side, leans back, and watches the tanks destroy everything because the zealots are not coming to the tanks. That's literally what Terran is doing. If your zealots are all coming from one side only. Okay. So do you just keep in mind which group is lowest at all? What do you mean lowest? I always add stuff to the next group, you know? So I always know the last group I have is the lowest. It's always the same. When I have 5 units in the beginning of the game, I know my first group is the lowest because those 5 units are in the first group. When I have 30 units or so, I already completed my first 2 groups before, so then I know the third is my lowest. And once I complete the third group, I know my fourth is the lowest. So it's always the last, basically. I don't have to remember anything. I just know that I just filled a group, so the next one is now the lowest. So that's the only thing I think about. Yeah, against Zerg it's a bit more difficult because you have to take care of your Templars. Yeah. And with Zerg there's more action. It's not as clear cut as PvT, where you have a certain timing where the Terran comes out and there's one big fight that you can plan ahead and so on. Against Zerg, it's a bit more messy, the game and the fighting and so on. A lot more little smaller fights across the map and so on. So then it gets more difficult. But that's another topic that we can talk next time. We can talk about next time. Like if you took a fight and lost some units. Ah, okay. Yeah, well, it depends. If I lost almost all the units and I retreat with some only, I just re-hotkey them from beginning. So I just drag over all the units. So I have 12, re-hotkey to 1. Move them away. Drag across the next 12 units, hotkey them to 2. So I re-hotkey from the beginning if I have barely any units left and only my reinforcements and maybe 10 units from the fight. Then I start from beginning. If I retreat and I still have a lot of groups and like I have like 4 groups and they're all not full because I lost some units out of every single group, then I fill them up. And I fill them up from the beginning. So I press my first hotkey, check if it's full. If not, shift select more units from my reinforcements, re-hotkey them to 1. And then I press 2, shift select from my reinforcements, hotkey to 2. Select 3, shift select from my reinforcements, hotkey to 3. That's the way I do it. By the way, if you have a big blob of reinforcements, let's say this is your reinforcements, you have one big block. Don't just like box over the whole blob, because then you have like, I don't know, random 12 units selected and maybe some are in the middle of it. Some are in the middle and they can't get out, so you can't move away the units from your reinforcements that you already regrouped basically. When you have like a big blob, always try to box on the side, like box over 1/2 of the big blob. So then, or like one side of the blob, drag over there. When you need like 4 units, you don't need to box select over the whole blob. You just take 4 from the side and then you can move them away easily. And then you can very quickly, before they even moved away, you can select on the other side of the blob. So if you select units here on this side for hotkey 2, for example, and then you move them away, you can instantly select these on this side and hotkey them to 3, you know? So don't always box over the whole blob, because then it will get messed up because some units can't leave and so on. If you box select from the side and then from the other side and then from the other side again, then you can pretty easily get the units out that you already hotkeyed from your reinforcements. Okay. Some control groups you started are lower. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think with that we have answered all the questions. We dropped from 40 viewers to 20. A lot of talking is not what the most people want to see, but yeah, that's the point of my stream. I always want to help and answer all the questions and yeah, just try to help people asking questions, so that's fine. But now I will stop the stream. I close the window again. It's super hot. I need to open the window again. So I will stop the stream now. Thanks a lot for watching. I appreciate you guys. BrainoJack donating €5, all the follows. Thank you guys. The anonymous cheerer who cheered earlier. Thanks everyone, and also thanks everyone for just watching and also like participating here in the chat, discussing, asking questions. That's how a nice stream should be. That's what I like. I don't just like to sit here and play my game and have no interaction. So this is very good. So thank you guys and see you next time. Maybe tomorrow. I'm actually not sure, I have to say. But definitely on Sunday I'm playing Clan War again. So, bye bye. Next time rematch, I won't leave. Okay, na klar. We'll see. Maybe we'll meet again. Okay, thanks for watching and bye bye.